Emotional damage. Don't make me send you to Jesus myself.
I will send... Who is it that is? Was it? Furry Cures. I'll send Furry Cures wherever it is I desire. Thank you very much. Have I posted in all the things that I wanted to post into? Not exactly. I still have, what's Mahoozy? Telegram. And where is the place I want to go? Actually, there is nowhere in Telegram that I can think of posting that is appropriate. Hey, another profile icon for Bone Mass Dog. Nice! Nice work there. Awesome. Alrighty then. Stream has started. 12:03 p.m. Now, so at 11:58, there was a prediction that it would start in like 4 minutes and 15 seconds. So the expected conclusion was, let's see, 11:58, 2 minutes. I don't think, I'm trying to do the math really quickly. So 2 minutes makes it 12, and then you got the 2.5, and then you got 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, which then makes it 2:02. And it is... Those squats went off at 12:03. 10 minutes left. How do you like the profile pic? It's pretty cool. I gotta do my squats, otherwise you'll steal my femur, and I don't want that. Hang on a second. Hello there. Also, I just realized there was a very critical thingy-majiggy missing, which is the intro fighters. There we go. Somehow Otto is already on so many kill streaks. Alright. Big stretch! Ah! Why you gotta steal my shirt so soon? You steal it way too soon sometimes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Thank you for pixelating me, and thank you for the 20 squats. Alrighty. I tried being clever with my piece. I have like this device. It's a bit of a janky, like it's called PC panel. It's a relatively like sort of janky device where I can like set my volume. But unfortunately, it's like it either does way too little in sound control because it tries to do like a majority of the fader nonsense at like in the first like 50% or first 75%, and then I have to go like all the way down to like the bottom and basically fiddle in the last 10% to get, you know, a change in the lower 50%. It's absolutely insane. Some days I wonder if I should just get a new Stream Deck. Or let me rephrase that. Some days I wonder if I should get the Stream Deck with the fade cookie for bestest boy. Some days I wonder if I should get the Stream Deck with the faders in them and such, but I decided to put that into my throne. So, ow. Thank you for the traffic cone. Alrighty then. Is any of my moderators in here to like... Let's see. How big is the... Okay, there wasn't too many points.
Fine. Then boom.
Boom. 40. My day do be so fine. I have tried for like... I'm going to be honest with you, chat. I might actually just have to go to Wolk at some point. I have tried to make the boobies like jiggle in Blender, and any attempt I tried to use like the wiggle add-on that I know was on my model previously and the updated model for Blender 3. And then the updated add-on for Blender 3.3, it decides to crash Blender at like the second or third frame. It doesn't like it. And baking the animation does not help because like in my first tests of trying to like render out the motion and shit, it doesn't like, you know, do the thing I want it to do. And so it's like I have to reverse the baking, and I'm like, this doesn't help. I have tried. I have not been like the jiggle physics in here is because of like a spring bone thingamadiggy. This is a uniquely Unity thing. It's not something that's replicated in what's-a-mahoozy in Blender. And I don't have experience with armature rigging and shit. So I'm very cautious in trying to like fuck about with the rig for this particular zebra, and I've held on to like 7 like iterations of my zebra through Blender. I think at some point I am going to need to just go back to Wolk and say, hey, I would like to like I would like to start clean with my I would like to do like a major refresh with my zebra of like number 1 on like, you know, having it with an updated rig where there is both, you know, the breastbone and then a belly bone. So, and maybe even a butt bone. I don't know how I did it. I can't replicate it, but apparently I put like a butt bone. I put butt bones on like on my zebra. Don't know how I did it. Don't know how, and can't replicate it. Was gonna say back up. That's great and all, until you have like 7 different iterations of a zebra, and you have to have like 2 different paths, because technically speaking, there, like, and this was before I got the maid outfit. There was a zebra that worked with that worked in Blender because of the Rigify add-on, where instead of having only forward kinetic sort of bones, there was a easy to set up rig where you know, based off the forward kinetic armature, it would then create you a rig that had both forward kinetics and inverse kinetics. So the difference between forward kinetics and inverse kinetic is forward kinetics means that, the movement like travels down from the parent of the bone to the child. So say, for example, like my arms here, what's forward kinetics is when you rotate the shoulder, it will rotate it will also, because it's forward, it's going to be rotating the position of the bicep, the forearm, the hand, and all the fingers. It's going to like move those all like in line with whatever rotation you did with the shoulder bone. Inverse kinetics, however, is differently. If I make changes to the shoulder, it doesn't do anything to the arm, unless you're getting to like the reaches. So the inverse kinetics is really great if, for example, if I'm sitting here like at a desk or something like that, and I want to do like all kinds of movements with like my hands and my arms, but I don't want to have to keep rigging like the forearms in like the different positions to allow it to do the thingamadiggies, then, inverse kinetics is probably the way to go. It's really great for, walking sims as well, as opposed to forward kinetics, because with forward kinetics, you would basically have to rig first at the hips, then work your way down to the legs and down to the feet. Whereas with Cookie for Fakovia, or Nick, sorry, Cookie for Nick. Whereas with inverse kinetics, I can just grab the feet and like move them to where I want. Inverse kinetics is a little more familiar to how people go through, posing with a figurine or an action figure. Was going to say in the 2D world for walking, it helps a lot. Yeah. So there's all that kind of stuff. And I think at some point I'm just going to have to bite the bullet and ask Wolk like the very impossible, and I'm going to be frank with you, it's probably going to be a bit expensive as well. I do not expect him to, do this kind of shit for free, especially with the amount of stuff I'm asking him, where it's like, redo the zebra with new rigging, new blend shapes, so then that way I can utilize ARKit, because right now I got like this iPhone X that's tracking my face that's above the screen. I might move that down the screen. I got this iPhone, and then I have like my main iPhone phone from Telstra. Finally paid it off after like 2 years of like being on it and such like that, and I've been doing my best to make it last 5+ years before I think about moving to a new phone. And I don't want to like sell it to like, recoup the cost or loss and move that into purchasing a new phone. I want to hold on to the iPhone 11. So then that way, because technically speaking, the CPU and the camera on the iPhone 11 is a lot better. Like there's a worthwhile leap between, the iPhone 10 and the iPhone 11 for face tracking. And technically speaking, it is a worthwhile leap when you go from like new iterations of the CPU on the iPhone. But it's one of those things where I would not, do the normal upgrade of like, the 12 is out, let me get rid of the 11 and go to 12. I don't normally see upgrade paths worthwhile like that, especially when you've got the phone doing multiple things. Like it's your camera, it's your social media, it's your texting, it's your calls, like all that. You'll need to like the upgrades need to be well worth it, and it can't be a case of I need to fight against engineered obsolescence. Is that the phrase? Also, I'm gonna did the stream start in 4 minutes and 15 seconds? I'm gonna say nah, it didn't. I actually took a little bit longer than planned. So thankfully there wasn't too many points thrown into it, so I don't feel bad for doing that prediction. I don't feel bad for having that prediction pushed in. Your tits are... Oh my gosh, I've been missing out on so much of chat. I'm so sorry. Your tits are voluminous. Was going to say back up, back up, back up. Haha, butt bones. Built-in obsolescence. Thank you. So, because everyone picked up on the fact that ever since the iPhone 7 and 6, I want to say, iPhone has been doing built-in opulence. They got in trouble for it, let me tell you, but getting in trouble for built-in opulence in a capitalist system where the government, has kind of started going back to the whole free market belief that Ronald Reagan has wanted to do. Thanks, Reagan. Yeah, getting in trouble for object opulence or planned obsolescence is, not that big of a problem. It should really be a lot harsher of a punishment for having, planned obsolescence. I really feel like if you do planned obsolescence, you basically have to tell people, look, if you're planning to do this kind of shit and it's going to cost you this much per device to replace it, you cannot sell your device for the, the MSRP that you've set. You now need to make it cheaper. You now need to imagine the craziness of that. If they had a third party that looked at the iPhone and gone, yes, I see here that rather than spending $280 on the battery, you spent only $200 per unit on the battery. We are going to cut your MSRP by $80. You have to accept this MSRP, and if we find that you, as your first-party distributor, are not selling it at this price, then you will be feed and will have to do recalls in order to, fix the obsolescence. So your two options are everyone gets a free fix, which I think technically they did, but then, your second bit, which has to be there, is any new phones with a distributed iPhone or whatever like that, they should have had it where the MSRP was forced down. They weaseled their way out of the USB thing. Yes, they did. And it was very, very fucking bullshit. The EU did this, it was a great idea. The EU saw that there was way too many different, mobile phone developers, and they were all coming up with their own proprietary plugs, and it's this is ridiculous. We're wasting so much plastic and copper manufacturing all these different kinds that will inevitably go to waste. We are going to invoke a standardization of the charging and data ports across mobile devices. And that's how we got to micro USB. That was our first iteration, and then they upgraded it to USB-C because it was part of the USB-C, the USB family. Meanwhile, iPhone got word of this, and they were like, ours is not a mobile device. Ours isn't a mobile phone. Ours is a smart mobile device. It is technically a computer, and you don't have those rules for personal computing devices. We can still use our lightning cable that is completely different from the iPhone, despite the fact we still have it plugging in via USB into our devices and into other personal computers. Meanwhile, the EU is just fine, but we are going to update this definition once, these laws have a chance to being, updated and such, especially since your competitor accepts that they were mobile phones and will turn into smart devices at some point. You will need to pick up on our slack. And they're like, we'll work on that later on. Few years later, alrighty then, iPhone. We've now moved on to USB-C. We've updated our definition. Your mobile devices, or personal mobile computers, are now part of that definition. You are going to need a change to USB-C. iPhone turns around and goes, EU, there's a bit of a problem. We're not too sure that your ruling is secure, and we're trying to deal with, private security and such, and we don't want private information to get leaked. And there's just sort of well, if you have that, great of a concern, then perhaps you need to share with us how you're doing these sorts of encryptions on, such a standard device. And they're like, ooh, that's some private secrets. We can't share that. And they're just looking at Google and they're going, hey, Google, do you need to do that kind of stuff? Google turns around and says, fuck no. All that kind of security nonsense is done on the mobile device itself. There's no reason to put it on the USB cable. And they're like, you heard them, Apple. So what the fuck are you going to do? And they're like, can we get back to you? And they're like, you can't sell in here if we have to wait on your word. And they're like, we'll get back to you. So now this is where we're at. Evening, Wild Saber. Welcome to the stream. I am bubble gut at the moment, so you might be idle for a few. What's bubble gut? Ooh. Is that just meaning gassy? Getting ready to play Tears of the Kingdom. Oh yeah, I'm meant to be playing a video game. Hang on a second. Head over to here. Turn off the intro fighters. Sorry. Ooh, is Angro gonna win? Very good summarization, Grant. I get distracted very easily. I'm sorry to say that's just the nature of coming into one of my streams, is I will be easily distracted by my own, info dump and shit. And I kind of hope that that's something people enjoy. Hey, Zeebs, a little late, find out the news, but Bob Baker, the flagship of the Sea Shepherds from the Discovery show Whale, has retired 7 months ago after years of fighting poachers. The repurposed whaling ship has been retired after many faithful years of service. The what now? I'm gonna be real, I don't follow whale wars. I don't follow a lot of the I don't follow a lot of things, I'm gonna be real with you. My connection to reality is never, you know, that set forth. Okay, so I need to deal with this, that, and technically this as well. Ooh, Empress Hunt. I can do this one as well. And then these two require me to go into Vanguard playlist. One of them wants me to slow combatants and then defeat them. The other one wants me to collect Dusk Slivers, which requires me not using this, but using like a pulse rifle. This can give me Scorched, and let's go with this grenade launcher and see if I can... Are larger and travel faster. Decreases magazine size. Faster reload. Okay, let's go with that. And then greatly increases blast radius. Moderately reduces recoil. I want a high blast radius. Technically speaking, I want like a really good sort of kabooies. Bubblegut means that you have an upset tummy. Yeah, he's got the gas. Gotta get gas out of the ass. Alrighty, Euphora. So, previously, we were on the moon. I finished the moon. Don't worry about the moon. Emotional damage. So, now we're done with that. Now we have to go... Simulation Safeguard. A simulated skill set. Test your defensive... Nope, I don't need to do that. I need to go... Here. I need to go here, just... So. Bing! And then... Off to lunch? Not to worry. Enjoy your lunch. Excuse me. Nose.
Zeebs is a cutie.
Absolutely false. Impossible. Pure fiction. I have the robot to tell you. See? Alrighty, so now... So yeah, we no longer have to deal with the moon. We then go to Euphora because the Fallen are using the darkness for something. And so we are now... Actually, because I'm just hanging around here, I can just use this because we're not in the Vanguard playlist yet. So, we are now on Euphora, which I think is one of the moon... It's just another moon, technically speaking. Oop. Ah, he's too far away. Good to play a shooter again. Like, I enjoy shooters. I could do a Fortnite stream and be, you know, that kind of casual sort of stream. I probably should have done that for this week, rather than jumping from Destiny to Final Fantasy, and then Thursday, Friday doing Final Fantasy twice. I haven't even purchased Final Fantasy 16 yet. That's how unprepared I am for this week. But I didn't want to start any brand new games when I was like, oh, I might play Final Fantasy 16. There we go. I can't bring the Scorch Cannon with me, so we're just gonna head on up. So yeah, I haven't purchased Final Fantasy 16 yet. I'm fairly sure I have the money. I don't think I have any more bills until next Tuesday, so I should be alright. So I could, like, you know, put some money into Final Fantasy 16. I was meant to save money.
So fine.
Then boom. Horny. My day do be so fine, Rudy Char. My day do be so fine. How are you, however? I saw that you decided to hit a prediction as your first thing into the chat rather than... Hey, what did you do with my shirt? It's fucking freezing out here. Look at all this ice. My nipples are gonna get like really cold and frigid. It's unfair. All right. Oh, hang on. I need to do finishers on these guys, actually. I don't know how many finishers I need to do. They look cold. Let me hold them. All right, here we go. Chair. Damn it, I shot too much. Alrighty. Speaking of Fortnite, you need to get back into it. You haven't played it in a while. I've got serious FOMO when they showed us like Star Wars with the clone troopers and the clankers, or you know, the battle droids. I didn't get any of those, unfortunately. At least I don't think I did. Yeah, I'm fairly sure I didn't get any of them because I would have loved to get like the 501st skin, but you know, I'm not that deep into Fortnite, unfortunately, so it's not like I'm able to like blitz through the like, you know. What class are you playing, by the way? I am playing as the Titan with a subclass in the Behemoth. He wins this round of Warframe. No. This is not Warframe. I'm sorry, but you are incorrect. It is not Warframe. Alright, 20 squads did that. Stolen shirt, scan the Zeebs, pixelate, hyper himbo, traffic cone, stolen shirt. I am a refund you on the prediction thing. I will, you know, probably fix this thing. So then that way, you know, it doesn't do the... It doesn't... What's my word? It's not so cheap. That's it. I'll make it so it's not so cheap. I should probably make it like 50 points or something like that. So then that way, like, you know, you're definitely putting skin in the game, and it might, you know, motivate you, like, when you start the poll to, like, you know, do a double or nothing, where it's like, ah, yes, I cannot just, you know, start a poll and only contribute 10 points if it costs me 50. I am going to contribute 50 points or 100 points, so then that way if I do win, I double my monies. Or channel points, sorry, not monies. We're not on Kick stream. Where was I? Oh, yeah. That is very topical. I very much was freezing my nuts off out there. Grab you, reload this.
Did you see it?
I picked up a thing, and then I go up here. And then up this way. Another glacial thingy-majiggies. Alrighty. Yep. Okay, so we go through here then. Oh god, what's going on? It's a... You know, I've never bothered checking what these things are called. Like beacons or something? Like, what do you call them? Oh. Oh wait, I can just use this, if it reloads quick enough. There we go. There we go, and we get ourselves... Ooh, we get ourselves an interesting revolver. Fuck you, invisible peep. Alrighty. I heard the sound to get my shirt back. There we go. Wait, where are we going next? Bring the skeleton key to the Exo Stranger in the Perdition Lost Sector in Cadmus Ridge. Rendezvous with the Spider Associate in the Concealed Void Lost Thingy-Madiggy. Complete controls, pick up materials. Vexes with finishers. Alright, so we got Born in Darkness there. Bunker E2. Perdition. Okay, so we need to get to there. I'll just drive there. Oh yeah, Fortnite. So, I remember playing it a long time ago when it first came out. Back when I had a lot more free time in university, because I was able to, like, just dick around in my studies, because I already knew, like, a little more about computers, and I picked it up quicker than most other peeps. Really should not have done that as my university studies. I really should have done something else entirely, like, I don't know, creative stuff. Video editing or something. Any hoosies. I had a lot of free time then, played Fortnite, back when it was Save the World. Fun fact, Fortnite didn't start as a battle royale. Fortnite started as just this silly zombie survival base building thing, and then they just really quickly, what's the word I'm looking for? They really quickly pivoted over to battle royale because Epic Games, the creators of the Unreal Engine and shit, they knew how to make like an optimized game, and PUBG was not optimized at all. It was absolute shit. Everyone very much liked the battle royale idea, but they much would rather prefer a platform that wasn't, you know, questionable in its netcode or its accuracy with guns and what have you. So Fortnite was able to slip into it. It was aesthetically pleasing because they went with creativity instead of hyper-realism. It had really good netcode, so even when you had 100 people in one match, it didn't have to try and figure out where 100 people were all the time, especially for you, the user, at the end of the code. It instead would tell you about, you know, who was near you, like a good 100 meters or so. You still had an idea where the 100 people were, but it only gave you an accurate updating for those that were like 150 or 200 meters away from you. That way, the amount of netcode that you were pushing and receiving was minimal. And it only got crazy if, for some reason, 100 people were, like, really close together, which, quite frankly, was unlikely to say the least. And then everyone was shitting on Fortnite because video games that are fun to play and have a very low floor to enter, but a very high skill ceiling, is great territory for children to play. Or young teenagers. And everyone was just sort of like, Fortnite used to be cool, but then kids started playing it, and it ruined my immersion with video games. And it's like, shut the fuck up. Fun fact, if video games are fun to play, it's going to be played by the major audience of video games, which is going to be kids, okay? Chair. 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 Have a seat. Let me get you a tuxedo. Give him the chair. Oh, you punched him. Okay. Give him the chair. I like when I do finishers, I even get an overshield just to help me sustain in this fight. probably were not expecting me as a tank to go into this whole finisher thing by just going into the overworld where it's like, yeah, I can smack everyone down, but I'm gonna smack them down with like the weakest weapon I have. Look at that. Hey yo, Avalon. How's it going, you skinny hoss? Ooh, Avalon, 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 Avalon. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Avalon, Avalon. Are you a fan of the big historically accurate swords or the big fantasy swords? I asked you this, like, I shared you a meme on your Telegram. You may not have read it. Check your Telegram. I know you like your swords. I know you try and tell me that the Zweihander is like S-tier ranking swords, but you're wrong. It's, you know, unruly as shit. The saber is like S rank. No, I'm not giving you that shirt. I'm busy hitting people with the chair. Watch this. I'm like an M.A. Oh. God damn it, I could have shot these guys. Oh, it's you. Over shields. Over shields. Over shields. And chair. Both are good. You can't Eldorado me on this one, but okay, I'll accept both. I'll accept the bisexual stance of both is good. It's not rude to say, is it? Also, where the fuck am I going? Is it this way? No. Am I missing a critical thing? All that so I can complete... The mission should be there. Nah, not rude. You're bi. Bi pansexual. Is it accurate to assess bisexual is, you know, the sexual preference to the binary, you know, male and female, and then pansexual is the sexual, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Is preference the right word? No, I don't know. Sexual attraction to, you know, the spectrum of gender. Alright, can I punch this guy? No, I can't. I just want to punch him. Yes, this is Europa. I should have said that sooner. Sorry, yes. They're used interchangeably. Ah, okay. I thought because with the introduction of more gender identity that pansexual and bisexual would actually have, you know, a greater difference between them rather than, you know, the interchangeability that they have. I need more finishers. That way I'm able to, like, you know, move between all the different ones.
1221 paid me to say go suck a lemon.
You go suck a chair. Damn it. Pan is more inclusive, but it kind of fell a bit flat since bi is already pretty inclusive, but that's because of a really big lack of bi representation in general. That is true. I feel like bisexual is probably one of the more recent of the LGBT.
May have been a bastard, but he was a brilliant one. He hid decryption algorithms for his journal all over Europa. Found one. It's in this console.
Ah,
Bring the keys.
there she is. So, this is Clovis Bray's, daughter, I want to say. She's an EXO. We don't know how many iterations she's gone through that the EXOs have, because, like, Hyphen Cade 6 means that from 0, he's, you know, resurrected like 6 times in the Exco, or he's being rebuilt 6 times or something, and then Banshee 44 is like 44 times. That was loud dialogue. It was loud dialogue. I was not expecting it to be loud. This is one of the best quest lines in recent Destiny 2 history. I thought Witch Queen was opinionated to be the best. Oh my goodness, what the fuck? Is that in the... Nope, that's not me. That's the gay. That is a very harsh cutoff line. Do you see that over my shoulder? Like, there? Like, look at that. So is this like... Did they just like kit bash a long table into a corner table and then there it is again? Hang on. There it is. Again, so for kit bashing from long table to your corner table, and then you got a different table, and then... Oh my goodness, hang on. There's the kit bashing again, and it's a little more obvious down there. Like, look at that. Although that could just be sort of seen as, like, you know, cool cut. And then there it is there. Interesting. Just Bungie things? Fair enough. Alrighty then. Skeleton key.
We told her she was adopted, Anna. It was simpler than telling her about our father's infidelity. But it was more than that. Anna had some destructive tendencies.
Okay, we're getting some family drama here. This is interesting.
Reminded us all of the old man himself. Our mother thought if Anna believed she wasn't one of us, she'd dodge our grandfather's genetic cruelty, as she called it. I never bought it. Cruelty isn't genetic. It's learned. Clovis chose to be evil, and Anna was just a child acting out after losing her father. But in my original timeline, my dark future, Anna eventually found her own brand of cruelty, thanks to the darkness. It used her troubled past to manipulate her, and she wasn't strong enough to resist, and I had to put an end to it, to my little sister's life.
Oof.
There was no other choice.
You killed Anna?
Well, not our Anna,
In my
her dark future Anna.
Yes. Truth be told, I miss her. But in this timeline, she doesn't even know that I'm alive. That's by my own design. This time, I kept her away from her past and from me to prevent the darkness from getting to her. But no matter what I do, it still finds a way. Eris Morn gave in to curiosity and brought the darkness. Aramis gave in to desire and built a dark empire. As with all things dark, they were both driven by obsession. Because that's where our fault lies. That's how darkness corrupts. I can't ignore it any longer. Keeping Anna away will only cause her obsession to grow, and the darkness will find her. I must find her first. The decryption code worked. There's enough stasis research in here to hold us over for now, but there's a lot yet to decipher. And Anna should be here when we do. I'll let you know what's next, once I make sense of it all.
Alright, so... This is my first time going through, like, Destiny 2. I did want to play this, like, back when Destiny 1 was a thing, but I didn't want to get into any, like, brand new MMO or game of a service. And then when I heard that they would vault seasonal content and progression and, like, stuff from earlier expansions, I was like, then let me just ignore the FOMO and just not take part in it at all. But then, you know, Witch Queen was, like, free to play or something like that. I tried playing with code. I didn't get very far. And Bungie, because... Fun fact, Bungie knows how to make a good shooter. They've done this for, like, fucking 20 plus years now. I'm in now. I'm interested, and I wanted to learn more. And I went through, like, a lore video to try and catch me up to, you know, because I thought Lightfall was going to be the next thing I had to play after, you know, they released Lightfall and, you know, because they made Witch Queen free and such. So I went through like a lore video that was like, ah, yes, here is how you experience Destiny 1 and Destiny 2. You lose contact of the light at the beginning of Destiny 2 because of the Red War. You find it again. You do these things. You find Osiris. Cade dies. It's very harrowing. You then go to the moon to help out Eris Morn. You go to, you know, Beyond Light to, you know, help out the Exo Stranger who came to your timeline from the Dark Timeline. And then there's like an investigation with the Witch Queen or some shit like that. Any whoosies. So I went through the lore videos. They were like 4 hours long. I don't retain 100% of it either, I'm going to be real with you. So technically still a bit of a, you know, first-time playthrough. But my understanding of the Exo Stranger is, she's a daughter of Clovis Bray, the guy back during the Golden Age, I think it's called, you know, the time when we found the Traveler first at Mars or what have you, and then, you know, did our whole technological explosion and shit like that. Clovis Bray is the inventor of the Exo species. And she, in particular, comes from what she has called the Dark Future. She comes from an entirely different timeline. Think of X-Men Days of Future Past, where we're experiencing our timeline as is. We don't have a lot of time travel-y nonsense. I think the closest we get to it is because the Vex are able to travel sort of instantaneously across our space because of time travel nonsense as well. So they're able to, like, you know, ping themselves into a different point in the universe regardless of traversal of time and such, so it's technically time. Any whoosies. She left her dark timeline, and she's now in our timeline to make sure that the events that went off in her timeline don't happen in ours. I think Beyond Light, it's technically sort of the aftermath of all her fiddling and such. There's different Vex, future, past, and current. You missed Mercury where they're all three converged. Ah! Yes, I most definitely have missed that. And is he... Why is he gold? I thought gold was like a rarity here. You're right, I do miss a lot. I'm probably gonna have to watch another Destiny lore video explaining to me like the events of Destiny 1 and the beginnings of Destiny 2 up to, you know, Beyond Light. Yay! We got more Here Always pieces. The first expansion with Osiris went into it, but it's been vaulted. Yeah, exactly. So that's one of my sort of disappointments in Destiny, is that as a new player, the mechanic, the gameplay mechanic is fun. It is enjoyable. Bungie knows how to make a shooter, how to get you moving around and such. They don't miss on that one, as far as I know. What they are missing on, however, is conclusive story building and, you know, being able to do the games as a service right. I'm pretty sure they're technically like one of the first people, rather than doing an MMO, doing a games as a service. Because a lot of people would agree that Fortnite and World of Warcraft are not the same sort of genre. World of Warcraft is an MMORPG, Fortnite is a battle royale shooter, but where Fortnite's MMO means that it's always online and, you know, long-term sort of sustainability and such, Fortnite, while online as well and long-term stuff, they don't call it an MMO, they call it a games as a service or a live service game. Games as a service. Gas. They always leave stuff open-ended on purpose to keep you going from cliffhanger to cliffhanger. Yeah. Which I'm not a huge fan of. Everyone thinks that there's going to be like this magic bullet in game development where it's like, oh, you just need to somehow create a game that can go on forever and will have conclusions and shit. And I'm like, going on forever and having conclusions are not normally things that come together well. You are going to have a very difficult time trying to do those two things. Many have tried, many have failed. They are mutually exclusive things. Because to be open-ended means that you cannot conclude. Being conclusive means there is an ending. It won't just, you know, allow people to do whatever the fuck they want. And I mean like an actual conclusion, not, oh, the heat death of the universe, or a meta ending such as, the servers are down. You'll never be able to play EverQuest 2 or something. Alright, where am I going? Regroup in the Beyond, defeat Vex with finishers, pick up materials, complete rituals, skiff codes acquired, rendezvous with Spider's associate in the Concealed Void Lost Sector. Alright, so where is the Concealed Void? Oh, it's there. Alright, so I just need to hang a right then. Am I going the right way, chat? Yes, I am. Oh, material. I got this during the Guardian games. I like it. We played a lot of the ARG surrounding Destiny 2's Sundial events. It was very engaging and fun to do, so much that you got the in-game rewards and didn't play the game for months. Yeah. This is one of the reasons I like Final Fantasy XIV and why I'm still playing it and trying to get through the content even after the slog of the post-Heaven Wards content and Stormblood. Yoshi P, the absolute, like, madman of a game developer, has said it very plainly. His MMO is meant to try and engage everyone. It's not trying to make FOMO a thing. He understands people have lives, and some people are either going to, you know, blitz through the content in 2 months, or, you know, 2 hours, and then there are some people who might take 2 years to go through it, and they never touch it again. He does not vilify those people who get into it once and drop it. He understands his art. Video games can be an art, by the by. He understands his art can have a conclusion and can be, you know, satisfying to just go through it once. He doesn't faff about trying to, you know, milk us for more. I know I should be doing finishing blows on these guys, but I also have, like, the precision shot thing. And I've been fucking up on my aim. Again, why do I have such bad aim? The raiding community vilifies people that don't dedicate as much time to the game as they do, and they got smacked for it by the devs. Yeah. Or the time when Asmongold, one of the probably one of the biggest criticizers of MMO games whenever he plays video games, and he goes for the angry gamer TM persona, but it's always in the same vein as Warcraft being or not Warcraft, in the same vein as Warhammer having fascists. It's meant to be a criticism on it itself, and he parodies the whole gamer thing. Anywho, he got into... I remember this. Because this actually encouraged me to play Final Fantasy XIV as well, because I thought the only good MMO was World of Warcraft. Angry video game nerd already did it, but better. He did it for YouTube. Asmongold is, you know, for the personality of Twitch. There's a difference between short-form content consumption like YouTube and long-form content consumption like Twitch. Anywhoosies, he goes into Final Fantasy XIV, and there's a lot of people that are like, oh, we don't want him going into Final Fantasy XIV because he might, you know, badmouth it or something, and he can't do that because it's like the greatest game or something.
Paddy.
The para-casual horse is observing this stream. Hi there, para-casual horse. Welcome to the stream. I also have another horse named Avalon. Where was I? Oh yeah, he gets into Final Fantasy XIV, and all of these like late game peeps are being really busybody with his new character, blocking his view, preventing him from getting to NPCs and such, just making the entire experience for him annoying as fuck to get through. And he's, you know, one, he's trying to be Asmongold of, like, you know, being able to talk shit about the game if he wants. But then he's just trying to enjoy the game because above all of his, like, bravado and his personality and such, Asmongold wants to play games and he loves the MMO genre. He'd gone through, like, decade of World of Warcraft, and he wanted to experience Final Fantasy because everyone says, try out Final Fantasy, the critically acclaimed MMORPG, blah, 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 blah. Everyone is, you know, shitting on Asmongold in his gameplay and such like that for, like, the first 2 streams or something.
That crux of darkness? Because the Fallen certainly have. Go turn those bricks into scraps.
Oh, that thingy-majiggy. Alright, let's take part in that. So, after he, like, tweets, it's like, oh yeah, you know, I try to enjoy my game, but, you know, there's all these peeps, you know, trying to block my view. All those peeps are like, nah, we don't want you in our game. You're just gonna shit-talk our beloved game. Yoshi P sees all this shit, and he's like, I'm sorry that this is the first-hand experience you're getting, Asmongold, and thanks to your contributions, we can see that there's an interesting means in which people might bully and ruin the game for everyone else with these abilities, and they were able to, like, just start, you know, being moderators. Alright, where am I going? This way. So long as I don't. So Yoshi P understood the assessment, which was, sure, Asmongold is a dick, but the experience he had in his video game should not be done based off, like, you know, prior prejudice or anything like that. You start the hard... Yeah, it's called heroic. I understand the assessment. Where's the... Oh, there he is. And... There we go. This fella. Oh, Jesus, rockets. Yay! Bigger, badder, brig. Yeah, heroic. Did it. I remember getting into my, like, first heroic event back on the moon, and I was like, how the hell does this happen? And then someone explained to me that when you go into, like, these public events, you can turn them into heroic where you get, like, better loot and such. And I was like, oh, that's fucking awesome. I love it. Can you, like, move out? There we go.
My allies seek refuge here, but are overwhelmed by enemies.
It's a bigger barter.
The Guardian
it didn't seem that hard, especially as there was, like, multiple Guardians with me. Gotta do my finishers. Go. How far am I from completing all my finishers, I wonder? Regroup. Defeating Vex with finishers. Alright, get rid of that because I need to get to the Lost Sector, which is just underneath all those ruins. Okay, easy enough. That's not as hard as you remember it. It's probably because of the fact that, you know, this is now 2 expansions ago, and much like being able to go into previous dungeons unsynced, the difficulty curve is not that difficult anymore with better weapons. Alrighty. Currently, we're at 97%. I bet you if I do the finisher on those Vexes, I'm gonna get this done. Alright, bam, bam. There we go. Alrighty. Access the strike the glassway and locate the blade pieces. Oh, God. Alright, so I need to do 4 more patrols and get into this. Light level must be a bit above the content here. I am currently 1805. I am currently at the level cap. I'm fairly sure when this thing started, the level cap here would have been like 1600 or something. Cool bike. It's got the blue shark on it. Wait, am I going the right way? No. There it is. This way. Do you want to know my main class on Destiny 2? Are you a hunter? I have a 33% chance of getting this correct. I like sidearms. Punch, punch, whack. Mission complete. There we go. You hope the you love the Europa combat, so if I ever want to team up, we can team up. Like, this thing supports like crossplay and working in different regions, right? There's like so many things I need to try and do in this game. Like, even though I'm going through, like, content where it's like, I can't get to the seasonal stuff anymore, I very much am still wanting to do a lot of things in Beyond Light. Like, for example, I have, like, an Empress hunt to do. I've got a, I've got to try and complete some Vanguard missions where it's, like, you know, freezing some of these folks. There we go. Oh, hello. How do I get to you? Alright. Here we go. Gotcha. Alright, reload this. Ah, ammo's full. There we go. You think the Europa stuff is the last bit of content you have? You didn't get the ones after that? Fell out of love with it in the direction it was going. Ah, I'm sorry to hear that. I know some I know some people meme the fact of like, look, if you've already got into like one expansion of Destiny, you can talk as much shit as you want. We know you're going to be playing Destiny again. They've got their hooks in you. I know that's a meme, but I know, you know, peeps like Savage, for instance, they have been following this for a long time and they got really far into this, but they're very much out of love of this game as well, ever since how they handled Lightfall. That's the most recent expansion, right? Ow. There we go. Go. And bomb. And oh, Spider's associate. Okay, interesting. Oh, so we go talk to this guy to get some skiff codes, giving us the stasis prototype. And now we visit the Drifter in the Annex. Oh, so we're like nearing the last thing. With your new skiff codes in hand, you're nearly ready to go after the stasis weapon. Drifter wants to meet with you to give you a critical weapon component. Alright. Well, I need to go talk to this person to get a new grenade. Look at the glowy pillars in the center of the... Oh, I'm sorry, I just left. I am so sorry. Oh, there you are. Took a little while to load. Rip. The exo-stranger seems lost in thought when you approach, but your presence quickly snaps her out of it. I've sent a message to Anna. I can only hope she receives it well. Assuming she has any desire to speak with me, we will hopefully be seeing her soon. The exo-stranger's demeanor shifts. Excitement is on the horizon. In more hopeful news, decrypting Clovis's journal has yielded yet another opportunity to enhance your stasis powers. Can't wait to see what you do with it. A grenade that shatters on impact, leaving behind a field that slows enemies and freezes those who don't. Hey, I need this one!
Thanks for your help last time. I was able to decrypt a portion of the journal with what
I
we
need that
found.
grenade for Vanguard
It's
shit.
even more unsavory than I ever knew. Amongst the madness, however, it appears our efforts were not in vain. Clovis hadn't just found stasis, he'd enhanced it. Fortunately for the world, he didn't know how to use it. Just sat in a lab somewhere until the collapse, like so many of his experiments. Decrypting the remainder of his journal should point us in the direction of that knowledge. And I know where we can do just that.
Wow. She wants to steal Daddy's journal. Alright, next mission gives us the cold snap grenade. And there's a lot of things we need to do. And then there's all these missions which I've reached the weekly limit for because it's not Wednesday yet. Alright. This is the grenade we want. Because it makes it so that people get slowed, which is what I want instead for the next thingy-majiggy. We can't change anything about the glacial quake, unfortunately. Increases stability and range. Cover from enemy fire. Shiver strike. I don't have any fragments. I just have this aspect. After sprinting for a short... Well, yeah, I already got that. Alright. And then we've got this cool weapon. I'm gonna give it a try. Fuck this thing, because that one was one of my weak ones. I'll figure out, like, what to do with some of these weapons. Royal entry. So, yeah. BNG, thank you for the follow. To be honest, Clovis Bray was a dickhead. Yeah, I already got the what's it called? Quick notes or did not read thingy. All right, is there anything in here I need to pick up? No. Cool arm. Weird fragments.
To join house light.
Alrighty.
Furry Cures 1221 thinks you should do 20 squats.
Of course you do. Alrighty. Okay, so I need to go talk to the drifter from the annex. Alright, 20 squats, here we go. Do I download Destiny 2 off stream? Yeah, of course I have to download it off stream. I don't have that fast of an internet connection. Big stretch. Here we go. Destiny is going well. Thank you, Simon Moo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Thank you for the 20 squat. Oh, Steam. No, I didn't get it off Steam. I got it through whatsamahoozy from the Microsoft shop. Cuz I got the Xbox Game Pass, so
Let's do business.
most of the games I can get for free from there, I got it through there.
Call me Drifter.
Alright, modify this weapon component to safely contain unstable forms of stasis.
Putting stasis into a grenade launcher, huh?
Nice.
Wish I'd thought of that. Listen, I think the Fallen have bitten off a little more than they can chew here. What do you say we take this thing off their hands? See if you can find intel on where they're keeping the prototype. In the meantime, I'm gonna call in a favor from the shore.
Alrighty, Drifter. Oh yeah, I've done like no work on the Gambit. Although that neon juggle looks cool. Oh. Very Green Lantern-y. This number can be bigger.
See you on Europa, brother.
You know this dude's name? What, you mean the Drifter? I don't know his... Like, I'm very behind on the times, okay? I am not going to be following a lot of things.
Mind the residue left behind after
And then there's 801.
Proceed.
Advanced Prototype Exo and Warden of the Black Armory. Oh, I don't think I have these. And then I can get all kinds of cores there. And then these are all the Noble Constants. Random Vanguard stuff. Still have not completed that one. Destination Threader. Obtain an armor synthesis bounty with a randomly selected destination objective. You can complete 10 armor thesis bounties per season for each class. Sweet. Don't know if I would do that, but sweet.
I'm here next time you need me.
Did you just write spoilers in my first playthrough stream? Spoilers? In my stream? I'm saying this sarcastically, please don't go away. Please. There we go. A big reason I'm not sure I could get into Destiny 2 now, playing original release, but missed so much. Ah, wait, you were here at the start, Simon? You know... Do I need to go anywhere special? Alright, so defeat Vex and Fallen on Europa for their residual darkness energy. Use stasis abilities against combatants in Europa. So, targets affected by stasis, Fallen darkness energy collected, Vex darkness energy collected. Complete the stealing stasis mission. So that wants me to do Glassway. That one wants me to do patrols. These two want me to do Vanguard stuff. This one wants me to hit solar Scorch, sorry.
Over here.
That's the Trials of Osiris. Smith bounties, the ever something or other. Vanguard, Clan Steward. Ding. And then the Loom. Alright. Alright, we're going here. OG Destiny 2 was something for sure. It feels gutted by comparison. Is that because of, like, some of the content being missing, or because they streamlined, you know, some of the processes and games? Wait, what am I saying? This is a game. Oh! Hang on a second, chat. I want to get a drink. Where's my advertisement button? Here's my advertisement button. BRB, getting a drink. Okay, I lied. I got more than a drink. I got myself some Doritos. In general, they cut out parts of the beginning of the game. They cut out cutscenes, the zones you went through. Oh! So, you're talking about the... Hang on a second. You're talking about things such as, like, between the EDZ, the tower, and the Cosmodrome. You're talking about, like, how there used to be, like, a lot more of Earth or something? Is that what you're meaning? I'm just gonna dip this chip again. ASMR time, get ready. All right, we got a classic. Why are you holding it with both hands? You can hold it with one. It's a revolver. You're a fucking robot. The first thing players went through was the Cosmodrome and the whole cutscene. Okay, I did get to experience the cutscene. Or, sorry, not the cutscene. I was able to experience the Cosmodrome as my first experience into Destiny 2. This was before they released New Light. I should really mute my mic. Delicious. Alright, so I gotta destroy ether tanks. Yep, those are ether tanks. Oh, that was a good shot. so many of you things? Well, at least I'm getting a lot of residual darkness for my work. Alright, just need to find more tanks. The Drifter is an interesting character. He goes to the Dark Age. Oh, he goes back in time. I thought time travel wasn't like a regular thing in this. Alrighty. So we just need to get down there. Easy. Oh, nope, that's not a thing I can walk on. Okay. Oh, he lived through that time. Okay, I thought you said he traveled. Oh, ow. Damn it. There was an itchiness on my arm. I'm gonna get another Dorito. Hang on a second. Get a real good scoop of the salsa. God damn it, there's all kinds of explodey dudes. Oh shit! Move. Stop following me! There we go. I love how I'm just replacing the barrel in this thing. Just so then that way there's no question of like, oh, how are you able to fire 7 shots in a 6-shooter? They're like, fuck it, you replace the barrel. That's how you can have the same model of like this however many shooter this actually is, but then you're just replacing the barrel rather than the individual bullets. Nice. All this to get a grenade launcher. He starved to death so many times and kept getting revived by his ghost so much that he's become a glutton by contrast. There's a running meme that he eats anything. He eats ass. Alrighty then, here we go. God, this is a good gun. Granted, I'm using it on like fucking NPCs.
Calm your rice patty.
You calm your rice patties. Alright. Okay, I'm still going the right way. Why did I have to sneak in through... Why did I have to sneak through this thing backwards? I don't think people hate Gambit. I think the issue with Gambit is there is not a lot of new content going into it, so you start getting sort of exhausted and complacent with what we've got. You're gonna play it however many times you want, and you're gonna find that it's really not that enjoyable playing the same thing over and over again. Especially with a game of a service like this, where there's always new strikes, there's all these new wares and such. It's like, people want diversity. Oops. Still Father's Day, so I can call Grant. No. God damn it. I will not accept Daddy, okay? I'm gonna annoy you by eating a Dorito with the mic on again. Hang on a second. God, I could just eat the salsa on its own. Hang on. Oh! A raid! Oh, shit. Let me put the salsa down. Hi, Raiders! Hi there, Aito! Welcome to the stream. I hope you're all doing all right. My name is Grant. I'm a variety Himbo streamer. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Hi there. I hope you're all doing all right. How was BattleBit Remastered? I never heard of that before. Is it like Destiny 2? What's it like? I've never heard of it before. Okay, we got... You go suck a lemon. It was really fun. That's good to hear. Nice. All right.
Calm your rice paddy.
You calm. Really now? It's like Battlefield. Ah, okay, okay, okay. Yes, let's call this our first death. Hang on a second. There's probably like a stealthy way of going through this, and I could probably rip through all these holes, but all right, let's reload everything. Got my trusty 7-shooter. I should really be holding this thing one-handed. You gotta go get ready for work. Have a great rest of the stream. Not to worry, Aito. Thank you for bringing me along. It's a directional mine. What did you expect? I don't know. I was expecting, you know, not to have a massive blast radius, okay? Yeah! Oh, wrong way. Oh, what happens if I will not accept you being cute. Alright, let's give this one a try. Terrible. Alright, this probably would be a cool cannon if I had a little more time to, like, refine it and shit. Wait, what? Am I going the wrong? Yeah, I'm going the wrong way. Punch. Punch. shit. Should I make a sandwich? That is not an appropriate prediction, I am sorry to say that, boy. I am going to refund you for that one. Alright, so now I need to get up there. Nope, it wants me going in through there. God damn it. What the... There's got to be a different way of escaping this place. The game audio is a bit on the loud end. Okay, give me a second. How's that? Alright, also I need to delete this. Refund you. Alright, there we go. Nope, it wants me... God damn it, like... Why does it want me to go through a very weird route to get out of this city? Thank Christ I got rid of these lasers when I did. Ah, god damn it, I thought I timed that right. Here we go. God damn it. I just want to get out of here. Hit him with the chair, always a good option. Reload this real quick. Hello, old friend. The Drifter said you might need a hand. My associate will arrive shortly. There's a little roadblock up ahead. Oh joy. I have to deal with a roadblock. Here we go. Making our way through the city, trying to escape with some stolen tech. Da 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 dun da dun 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 da 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 dun da dun. Please don't panic as I open this can of Coke. Da 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 dun da dun. Da dun dun da 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 dun da dun. So how did Attio treat you guys, if you mind me asking? Oh, that thing. Alright, I need a better melee. Spider's associates. They will help me. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry, chat. I didn't mean to just blow myself up like that. I forgot I had the heavy weapon. Everyone? Oh, there's all this dialogue that I'm not hearing. You can change up the weapon, by the way, if it's the weapon I'm thinking of. It's a stasis cannon of some sort. And for some reason, I'm not hearing any of the like voice lines in this game for whatever reason. Like Alright, we go visit him in the annex and we get our mission done. I'm gonna eat more chip eating. Delicious.
We must talk.
Huh. Oh, this gives me like different thingamajiggies, but it costs here always pieces to get it. The transponder attacks hunting for gold age tech in the eclipsed zone. Don't know if I want that. Alrighty, over to destinations, and we gotta go talk to the... I don't know why it didn't send me to the annex when I asked it to. Weird. Excuse me. I just read a little bit of Avalon's little lore dumping about their thoughts about all the... Did I just miss the... Yes, I did. Their little lore dump about big fantasy sword versus big historically accurate sword.
Let me have a look at that thing. I like that rough around the edges look that Fallen Tech has. Reminds me of the Dark Age.
Jesus.
Smash together some bits and pieces and pray to no one that it works. You could tear up the field and gambit with this. Lay some traps, catch some taken. Bring it through sometime, all right? I want to see what you can do when you're packing darkness.
Drifter is impressed. He admires the gun and asks you to bring it through Gambit sometime. This weapon could really shake things up. Send blockers, medium and large, contributing more to the process. Bank moats in Gambit matches, use void abilities, defeat with finishers, random objectives.
Come back alive, brother.
You ever wonder how the Drifter manages to do anything? Me too. Bungie, please tell us. I have heard the meme from the start of Destiny where it's like, oh, how does the Traveler do his thing? And it's like, Bungie don't tell us.
20 squats.
Alrighty then, I gotta go do 20 squats, and I think the next thing I'm going to do... Hang on a second. Get rid of this bow, because that bow is a piece of shit. And... Salvation's grip... Fire...
Quote 314. This is a really tall wiener.
Alrighty
Jesus.
Because the next thing I want to do is either this, like, you know, defeating Vex and such using abilities that affect stasis, or these two things, where it's like collecting dust slivers with rifles, solar, final blows. I need to do those things. Any whoosies. Squat time. Big stretch. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Thank you for the 20 squats. I know that Bungie doesn't like explaining shit in this game. And anytime they do explain shit, it's through... Where is it? It's through these fucking journals here. Like, if you want an explanation of, like... Let's see. The Dark Future. Chapter 1. The Family Line.
Glug, glub, glug, glub, glug.
Alright, let me grab the water and drink the water. Thank you for the hydrate. I need to remember to change it to a whatsamahoozy, into a self-care package. Like, you get all this lore dumping and, like, all this shit. Which is, like, that's not really lore, like... that's not exactly what we want when video games tell, like... This is why people don't like Elden Ring. Like, this is why 80% of people do not like Elden Ring's method of not Elden Ring, sorry, because Elden Ring is one of the better ones. This is why, like, 80% of people don't like how Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 explain their story and what's happened before by, you know, you going in there well after the party and the after party goes off, and then 3, having it all in descriptors. It's like, no. If I wanted to know what happened in the past and have to read to get an understanding, I would just be a fucking historian and go to the library and read about the Blitzkrieg and all the World War II shit. That's not how I want to experience shit. I want my Saving Private Ryan movie, and I want my Call of Duty 2, Call of Duty 3, and that is how I get my information and experiences about World War II and the Nazis and shit. So, Dark Souls, please don't make me just become a historian just to learn your story. Just write a book. If you really want us to read, just write a fucking book. Do you have anything for me?
Hey, how's the clan going?
I can't take you seriously when you say the clan.
Yourself, okay?
I'm thinking of the worst kind of clan.
Welcome.
Okay, so I got all these done, so I really don't need to do more of those. How many of these fragments do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then there's all... Like, I haven't got all of them. And then... What's this? Also what?
We stand behind you.
Why squats? You're trying to build a butt?
Sorry.
Yeah, actually. So... These... Nope. These... Yep. This butt here... This chest... This body type... Hang on. This body type is an illusion, you see. It's not really how I look IRL. I have like a fursuit photo somewhere that could probably demonstrate to you what I actually look like IRL, but, you know, don't want to, you know, do all that kind of such. So, I know one of the channel point redeems that, you know, people suggest is, oh, doing exercise. And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go for that. And I'm gonna do squats, because squats is something I can do while I have this, like, chest rig on me. Like, the way you're able to see my hands and such like that is because of, like, this, like, leap motion in front of me that's, like, strapped to the chest myself. So I don't really have, like, a lot of movement once I decide to get up from my desk, and I don't have a standing desk. It would be cool to have a standing desk, but I feel like I would need to put in a lot of money and a lot of man hours in trying to redesign how I want my desk to hold all my things. So I go with squats. It used to be a lot more squat. Actually, no, you were here. You were here, Avalon, when I first did the squats. You were like, oh, we need an IRL cam. You questioned my squats. How dare you question my... Actually, no, I should say thank you for questioning my squats, because it meant that I sent you a video of how I did my squats, and you told me, this is good, but you should really be focusing on these things when you're doing your squats and this positioning. Thank you, Avalon Hoss, because what that meant is that when I saw Trumpet Collins doing his squats, he does the IRL cam, that idiot. I saw him how he did his squats, and he's doing these squats where he's like leaning forward, and I'm like, no. Like he's, and I was just like, this is fucking blasphemy. And I'm pretty sure I sent you a clip. Did I send you a clip? I'm pretty sure I did. Where is it? Just as the founding fathers intent. God damn it! I've sent you quite a few memes, haven't I? Here it is. Here's the fucking clip. This is what I don't want to make my squat. Look at it! Look at him! That is not a squat. I'm pretty sure you hear me.
Burns! World-renowned teabagger, yep.
Like, that's not how... Squatting, like, sure, a good squat is basically a teabag, but, like... Oh, look at this. This is what I want to be able to do at some point. I will once again have free time. Yes, IC is cute. I'm pretty sure IC is like 1000% or 999% cute. What did you walk into? You walked into me being a little bit upsetties that Trumpet Collins is like, oh yeah, I'll do squats with you. This is a man who does martial arts. This is a man who is fitter than me, and he's like, I'll do squats with you, and then he... Ooh.
It's no data like encrypted data, I always say.
90%? 90%? I should really not make those kinds of eyes at you. I don't know why. The first thing that's popping into my head right now is fucking TikTok, where someone is like, "Oh no, I can do a good Shrek accent," and then you just smash cut to him, like, just going, Scotland!
Hi.
Cute profile pic. Avalon is oh so cute.
All done.
Oh, is there any freebie thingy? You're officially out of points.
Need something new?
You're wasting your points, Foe Cures. Oh, look at that. Row your boat. All right, and then these are our freebie stuff.
Don't know where my uncle finds these things.
Nice. Lattice, Erebos, Empirical. What else is in the light dust? Ooh, what's this? Oh, it's like Star Wars.
No hurry, Guardian.
That's a bit much. I don't have that. X marks the spark projection. That's kind of cool. Warsat, signal. I'm not gonna... I don't have a lot of bright dust, and there isn't exactly a really good way of getting more. I also need to at some point get that. Godsbane, the Cordyceps, Ricochet. Ooh! Ooh, is this what I think it is? How much is that? 800. Hang on, is there a way for me to filter? There we go. Finishers. What's this? Oh, that writes itself. Axed question.
Looking for something in particular?
This is a popular one. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna get this one. There we go. No. Wait, what's the difference between this one and this one? Oh, it's really fast. Okay. Oh no, he's found the Eververse. Alright, I should leave this Eververse then. Because the only thing I should really... If I am going to purchase anything, it should have been like... It should have been like the Lightfall annual pass, so then that way I can get through the Lightfall shit and go through the seasons. But I'll need to save up for that. Alrighty, first things first, we gotta go through Vanguard stuff. You need a profile pic. How do you not have a profile pic? I thought you had one a while ago. Alright.
Critis is defeated. But it's not the Fallen that concern me now. It's us. I've had time to think. Guardians are not immune to corruption. The pursuit of power has divided us before. I don't know what comes next. But I know that we must remain in the light.
Kinda hilarious, considering...
I see fractures already. If we bend, we will break. Guardians must not use the darkness. This is the Vanguard's official position. The people of this city look to us. Help me show them the way.
Yeah, I don't believe you, considering I'm fairly sure that the next time we get enhancements, it's all under the realm of the darkness and shit. Alright, powerful combatants, arc energy, void energy, finishers. Alrighty. Alright, so that's arc energy. Void energy. And then that's our stasis, but we need stasis. Yeah! Alright, can I favorite this? Yeah, I can. All right, cool. So we got our normal finisher, but then we got the chair and we got the chalice. Don't fall for her sales pitch. I won't. Nothing she says has convinced me. It's always been of like my own volition kind of shit. All right, so we're not doing that. That wants us to do the glass way, but I don't know if that's going to help us with these two things, which is dust slivers and solar content. Oh! My primary weapon can't be a submachine gun. It needs to be something else. Hang on a sec.
What can I do for you, Titan?
What can I do for you? Nothing you offer me is of help. Yomp. Alright. Where is it? Here it is. Alrighty, put you guys away, put you away, put you away. I can put you away, actually, because I'm not going to be going into, like, iron stuff for a while. There we go. Do you have hard light? It's an auto rifle exotic. Hang on a second. Crimson, the Jade Rabbit, Huckleberry, the Arbalest, Monte Carlo, Prometheus's Lens, hard light. Here we go, hard light. An ionized polymer synballistic attack platform. The system's lethality is dynamically robust across tactical spaces. Rounds fired from this weapon have reduced damage fall-off over penetrative targets and ricochet off hard surfaces. Projectile damage increases after bounces.
I admire your work, Guardian.
Change the weapon's damage type, cycling between solar, arc, and Oh! That's a thing? So wait, can I, like, change its element right now? Alright, let's... There we go. So, alright. I'm gonna be real. Grab it and hold, press it and hold R. Okay, grab it. And then... I'm gonna be real with you. I was gonna go with the sweet business because that just sounds fun. Alright, hard light. And then... holding R. Oh, I probably can't do it while I'm in here. Alright, hang on a sec. Let me go into a Vanguard mission. This should be good. I didn't know I could do... I didn't think I had that. I didn't... Reading the card explains the card. I gotta remember that. I gotta remember that reading the weapon explains the weapon. Yeah, because it's an auto rifle, it doesn't use special ammo. It uses primary, so it's technically infinite. I know what you're talking about. That's why most of my energy weapons are not specials, they're power.
53. Dwarvencrafts just de-himboed me
The
down.
Fallen will continue to claw at the walls of our city unless we strike them down. Beneath the ruins of the Cosmodrome, in the shadow of an old colony ship, we've located the House of Devil's Lair.
Ooh.
And the High Servitor, feeding them their strength.
I haven't had this one before.
We must destroy this machine god and send their souls screaming back to hell.
Does it press guy eating... You can't get sausages in a can. Oh wait, that's the wrong weapon. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Ooh. I like this weapon. Hang on, I need to use the finisher on this thing. Ball. I need to do finishers on these guys. Oh, yeah, I did the cup thing. And that's a waste. Too far. Oh, that's cool. I like this. I was just gonna go with sweet business because I thought it was gonna be funny being a Titan where I just grab the auto rifle and be like, bullets go brrr. I just want to be a dumb Titan some days. Slide. How is this diaper boy like so far ahead? Jesus Christ. Ooh. Let me knock you. Let me knock you. Let me finish you. Chair.
The way out of here is sealed.
Alright, that's one quest done. Void Arc.
Icy is cute, pretty complex. I'll need time.
Actually, no, I need to change to Solar because I need to do Scorch shit. That is not a prediction. Oh, it bounces! I forgot it did that. Cup. That was fun. Friendly fire isn't a thing, is it?
I'm close, but just so you know, there's more Fallen than Hive on the way.
It goes through enemies too. Okay, so I actually have a good gun. Is that what you're saying right now? Chair. Oh, damn it, I need to reload. Hang on.
Barrier is down. We can move now.
Cool. I like this gun. It's like the only gun I need now. I'll just swap to the element I need and then, you know, helps me out with most of those bounties. Thank you, Avalon Haas, for explaining to me, like, the benefit of this gun over, you know, sweet business.
The lair is up ahead, under that colony ship. Just on the other side of all those devils.
doesn't give me, shield. I thought that would give me shield. That was a lot. Oh, not to worry, Phantom. Thank you for coming along.
Milo Chef demands you play.
Hi, Milo. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing all right. All right, I gotta take a sip. Hang on. Thank you for the sip. Your shields are one way. You can shoot behind them. No, I can't. I'm pretty sure those big shields, I'm pretty sure I can't. Unless this gun lets me shoot through them, in which case, holy fucking shit. No, 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 no! No! I was busy drinking! It doesn't. I didn't realize it was gonna, you know, keep on there on impact. Yeah! Rock and roll! Portal. That worked.
Well done.
Sepix Prime cast a great shadow over our city.
The Guardian's name.
With its destruction.
Wait, what's the Guardian's name? Or is that? Are you saying that's the
The Fallen are
That's the name of the exotic that can shoot through barriers. Bang, 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 bang. Yay! Your teammate's name. Diaper Booty Boy and ya boy Comp. Hey, look at me. Okay, he must have started. Oh, he ran ahead like very far. Hi, Hendrix. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hello there. Ow. I should really stop eating all these Doritos. You just finished a toe? Hey, nice work. All right, so void damage and arc damage. So I need to get those two done. All right, so I need to collect Dusk Slivers, which, from Rifle Final Blows. And then this wants me to do Solar Damage Final Blows, so I still need to do a whole lot of those. Targets affected by stasis. Oh, I need to do that on Europa. This one is not yet done. Defeat opponent targets affected by Scorch, defeat targets with abilities, and cast your super. Okay, so I need to do that when I have the Scorch thingy-majiggy enabled. And then this one wants... This one's counterproductive. It's like solar damage, final blows, but it's like... I'm pretty sure it wants me to complete those while I have the stasis subclass on. Damn it, stop eating the Doritos. Hang on, I'm gonna need to put the Doritos away, otherwise I'm just gonna keep on eating them. I'm an idiot. Hang on. Alrighty. Destined harder. Hi, Alvirus. Wait, I don't have my chest thingy-majiggy on. Hang on a second. Hi, Alvirus. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're destinying. We're destinying. Destiny harder. Destiny 2. Manifest Destiny. How are you? Alright. Arc, Void, Solar, Dusk Slivers. Alright. If I can do the solar damage and the Dusk Slivers, I can probably do those at the same time, frankly. Earn points by completing Nightfalls. Jesus. Maybe... I am not doing Savathun's homeworld because holy fucking shit, that stuff is hard. You had an interview this morning, now you're just waiting for another thing to go to later. Ah, okay. Well, I hope you did. How do you think you went in the interview? Raid? Hello? What? Zeus! Zeus Pegasus! Hi there! Welcome to the stream! Hi everyone, welcome. I am a variety himbo streamer. My name is Grant. I did that backwards, I just realized. And right now we are going through Destiny 2. I don't normally do Destiny like MMO stuff on the Mondays, and I don't normally do it in the middle of the day either, but I'm not working today. I decided to do it in the afternoon. Suspicious Pegasus, thank you for the follow. Suspect Pega. Suspicious. You don't find that suspicious? Oh, hang on.
Guardians to the Lucent Hive.
Force their leader into the mindscape and do what needs to be done. It's not pretty, but we're saving lives. Remember, mercy to an enemy can't come at the cost of their victims.
Sorry, I just... Cup? I thought it was going to be a chair. How is Jedi Fallen Order? I played that years ago, and then I played it again most recently before we went through Jedi Survivor. I am a bit of a Star Wars fan. Are you a bit of a Star Wars fan? Well, that was fun.
We found our fire teams. They've been desecrated, drained of their light. Now is honor their sacrifice. Burn out the hive, Guardian. Carry on their mission.
Don't believe his lot. Oh, hey. I'm not a fanatic or a cultist, thank you very much. I can drop Star Wars if I want. I'm not like some of those casual Star Wars. Actually, no, hang on a sec. I'm a casual Star Wars fan. I'm not one of like those devotees like on YouTube who see Star Wars Outlaws and they're like, the fandom is ruined again because the woman is the protagonist. It's like, no, fuck that nonsense. It's an open world Star Wars. Oh, where did I just go? It is an open world Star Wars with, you know, the Outer Rim as the focus instead of the Jedi, which is actually, you know, something a lot of people want. And we just have a whole ton of people within the fandom that are like, oh, I don't know if I want that. And it's like, but you just asked for that. You asked for that in the Jedi Fallen Order. You asked for that in the Knights of the Old Republic. You've asked this a lot of times. What do you mean you're not interested in that? ogre. Chair. KOTOR was goated. Star Wars of the Old Republic was goated. KOTOR was not. You're confusing me, Avalon. Any whoosies. Like, Star Wars fans are very finicky people. And I think the easiest answer as to why is because, like Sonic fans, they keep asking for the same thing, and they keep forgetting that Star Wars is probably no longer limited to them. There are other people who want to enjoy Star Wars, and it's not just the super fans. Now, sure, SWTOR was the MMORPG one. No. Star Wars The Old Republic is the MMORPG. Knights of the Old Republic is the BioWare RPG. Are you okay, Avalon? You seem to be having, like, multiple conversations with yourself right now. Oop. Oh, we're going somewhere. Playing Fallen Order on Jedi Master, definitely a great experience, but I did get tricked into going into the area I was not ready for. So many... Oh! Did you deal with Ogdo Bogdo, Zeus? Did you have to deal with Ogdo Bogdo? Oh, wrong weapon.
Those second projections are how Savathun controls her army.
Impale them on your spear.
That was a mistake on my site. The spawn of no, that's Fallen Order. The spawn of Ogdo Bogdo is in Jedi Survivor. Right now, Zeus is playing Fallen Order. Would you like to know something about? I do not know. Oh, we're back here. Also, how many messages did I miss? You met the big frog, but I knew I wasn't ready. Had no problems moving on after dying once to it.
Joint operations with the Cabal.
You had the good idea of going to... Oh, Dathomir. Yeah, Dathomir's a terrible idea to go to next.
I know Savathun is an enemy, but her brood have as much to fear from the Black Fleet as we do.
I shall let your comparison of myself to the Witch Queen pass. This time. But do not try me with such foolishness again.
You got a Nova Bomb Warlock. Those things are insane. Wait, which one's the Nova Bomb? Is it this guy? Boobies! No, it's not boobies. Alright, let me just check my thing, because I'm pretty sure I still need to go through more... Yeah, so I still need to do more solar damage. I still need to collect dusk slivers. So I need to do solar damage. I'm going to give... Let's see. From rifle, final blows. Defeat frozen combatants. Defeat champions of stasis. Okay, I should be able then to... You know what? I'm going to swap over to this thing just to get it done out of the way quickly, and then I'll swap over to Void. So, hang on a sec. So, we're going to go with my fun class. We're going to go with this fun boy. Because throwing hammer is just fun. And then solar grenade, you know, applies scorches. This should be good. You're a huge Star Wars EU fan, but what do you think of the Marathon reboot? Excited and terrified with... I'm low expectations on the Marathon reboot, personally speaking. I don't have too much of a thought about the Marathon game that Bungie is making, because, like, it's another games as a service, which, you know... Bungie has more than enough experience on doing, and I think we're just going to be seeing probably an exhaustion of the games as a service or live game service formula. I think we're going to slowly grow tired of it. Like, we're going to have, like, everyone is going to be trying to do better than Fortnite. Everyone is going to fail at trying to be, you know, better than Fortnite, and we're just going to have to move on to the next thing. Where's the other guy? Okay, hopefully I don't get cabaled. You can go on forever about the just so horrible stuff that could go wrong with the Marathon reboots. Let's see. You were hoping for a boomer shooter single player there in the style. Oh, like the original Marathon and Halo. I would never consider Halo a boomer shooter, though, to be real with you. Oh, he just got fucking melted. Jesus. Oh, where am I looking? Cup. Alright, I now need to swap over to Striker. Oh, we're going this way. You have misophonia. You get angry in a little vibe when you hear someone... Oh, no! I was eating on stream. You probably got real pissed about the fact that I was, like, gnawing on Doritos earlier then. I'm now glad that I took the Doritos away. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry that I, you know, ate Doritos for as often as I did on stream. I'm sorry about that. God damn you. You had to put your shield up, didn't you? There we go. Thank you for the power up. I'm gonna need it. So yeah, I'm sorry again, Nick, about the eating while on stream. I don't normally do it, and I really should not have done that. Even though it was like noon and such, I really should not be like eating on stream. I feel like that, you know, I am not equipped to do an ASMR nonsense or mukbang. It's not a desirable look. It's not a desirable sound. Yeah, and that dude is just eviscerated. There we go.
Look at this. Picking apart the Vex like carrion birds. It's pathetic.
There is no glory in what the Cabal are seeking here, just desperation.
Oh my god!
Agreed.
There's that's a third one today! Hi there, B! Welcome, welcome, hi! Scuffed stream raid? Oh no! Wait, is my stream scuffed or is your stream scuffed? Hang on. Hi! Welcome viewers, welcome to the stream. I am a variety Himbo streamer. My name is Grant. I'm streaming every day I'm available to this month because I've been streaming for 2 years now. And today's stream, well, this week's stream is going to be scuffed, if I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. And I'm just going to be going through, you know, aims that are like MMOs before I get into Final Fantasy 16. So for today, we're playing Destiny 2. God damn it, B! You said scuff stream raid, and now I'm like, oh my goodness, my stream is scuffed. How was your stream? Is one of my moderators in the chat? Wait, no, they're probably at work. Damn it, I need another moderator. Hey, Avalon, do you want to be a moderator? I just need you to shout out someone.
This champion is near, Guardian. Perform the rite of proving. Call him out. And show him the power of the light.
How far? Oh, they're all the way over there. Okay. We got to night 4 in the original FNAF. Oh, you were playing FNAF. That's 5 Nights at Freddy's for all of you, like, non-linguists in the shorthands. FNAF is too rich for my blood, I'm sorry to say. I know that's some, like, serious, what's-a-macoozy video game credits, but I cannot go into FNAF, I'm sorry to say. Ooh! Bam! Cut. Really tone down the volume of this game, even while I'm speaking. I thought I had it at a good rate because of, you know... Actually, you know what I can do? I can lower it in the game itself. Hang on a second. Ow! Bad dog. Nope, not a good time. I'm in the middle of a battle. Grant, can you turn down the game? It's a little loud. Not right now, Mom. I'm in the middle of a video game. Just pause it. You can't pause a video game. All right, hang on a second. Sound. 5, 8, and 9. Oh my god, this guy is just electrocuting boogie-looging. There we go.
The hunt is over. Excellent.
It's better.
Guardian.
Excellent. That was like really quick as well. So I should have done that so much sooner. So much sooner. Ooh, I can pick up things. Ding, 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 donk. Alrighty, now I can go, like, look at the chat again. FNAF isn't my sort of game either, for Zeus. Had the urge to play it today, so you did an unplanned stream. Hey, that's pretty cool. I wish I had the gumption to do unplanned streams. I don't have the following to do it and, you know, not have it tank my numbers when I do unplanned stuff, but... Oh, hang on. Oh, I can't give him anything. Soggy Noodles. You were fun. Alright. You're gonna lurk, gonna get some lunch, clean the hallway. Hope you have a lovely rest of the stream. Happy Pride Month, B! Happy Pride Month! Happy Pride Month to you. Hang on. What's your pride? Hang on. Oh, I can do this. I can go exclamation point cute to get an even bigger view of B's thingy-madiggy. Hang on a second. Okay, that looks like a country flag on your cheek, but in the background, is that the ACE pride flag? I'm just an ally, so I don't have the 100% knowledge about the different flags that exist and what have you. Ace and demi-romantic. Oh, okay. Wait. Aces aren't romantic? I thought ace was just, you know, you don't have a care for the... You don't have a care for the sex, but you can be romantic without the sex. Asexual. Yeah, so, like, because gender, like, sexuality isn't a brain. Come on. Think. Don't fuck this up. I'm just gonna shut up. Polyamorous. Wait, polyamorous? Sex icky, but can still love people without it being like that. Fair enough. Thank you for the follow, Purple Zadria. Thank you for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. So close. We're almost out of... Hang on a sec. Do I have a thingy-madiggy that can reveal the source? Hang on. Where is it? 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 Look at that!
Glug, glub, glug, glub, glug.
Alright, I'm gonna need to have a drink. But, like, we're... Okay, for some reason, that follower thingy-madiggy over there says 957. But then if I look at my dashboard, it says 976. We're like nearly at 1,000. I've been at this for like 2 years. I should really look at what my stats were like last year, because last year was a mess. That bottle's empty. Hang on a sec. It's not as empty as my brain. Oh, here's a water bottle. I have like 4 different bottles around my desk, 6 empty ice breaks, and a Coca-Cola. That's probably pissed off Nick, actually, now that I think about it. Pride Month happens to also be your birth month. Hey, nice going! I wonder if someone has done, like, a calendar in the Pride Month. So, wait, how many months are in June? Is it 30 or 31? Okay, so across the month of June, like, what if there was, like, a thing where each day it was, you know... You had your Pride Month where, yes, it was how many days in the month. So, and then each day you could have it's still being Pride Month, but it's just sort of like, you know, oh, on June 2nd, we celebrate, you know, bisexual, and you have like some fun little, you know, interesting tidbits about about bisexuals and how, you know, some people can be... How many months is in June? Not even how many days? How many days are in June? Please. Please don't call out my dumbness, okay? It's enough that I have Himbo branded on my shirt. But if you had, like, different days and someone was like, oh, for the second day of Pride, we have bisexuals. For the 7th day of Pride, we have this. And it's like... They give you like some fun little, you know, little tidbits where it's like, oh, you know, here's a fun fact about, you know, about bisexuals, or here is a popular piece of media that was created by bisexual, or here is a bisexual icon. Is Queen a bisexual icon? No, Freddie Mercury, that's his name. Queen is a band. Gosh, imagine if Queen Elizabeth, like, someone was like, I have the dirty secrets. Princess Queen Elizabeth was bisexual. Like, oh my gosh, imagine if someone tried pushing that shit. Did you say months, Mr.? No, I said days. Days. How much did I... Ah! Lamau. Thank you for lamauing me. Alrighty then. Okay, so B's gotta go do their lurking thing, unless... I think someone would do that. I watched a Pride Pup TikTok thingy, but they are more so talking about the doggo stickers they are making and about the dog breeds. Fair enough. But to be fair, that's like the puppy TikTok. Like, I really wish I got the puppy TikTok. I used to get the big cats TikTok. I don't know if it was like, you know, if it was ethical, a zoo having TikToks of like the different lions and pumas and cheetahs and snow leopards, and they're like, oh, this here's Adrian and we just finished feeding him, or something like that. But I don't know if that's ethical for zoos to do that and like having the cats in the TikTok, but it was very much enjoyable. I have not gotten animal TikTok in months now. I am now stuck in the loop of here's Star Trek, the movie, being given to you in like 70 parts, and here's the Orville, a cool sci-fi that you should really watch on Disney, but, you know, you're not gonna do that because you're on TikTok, idiot. Idiot. I could probably say, hang on, let me try and say that better. Idiot. Idiot. I'm just gonna have like a collection of all these audio files. Hang on a sec, let me just like mute the background so then that way you can get like a clean cut. You ready for this? Idiot. Idiot. There we go. All right, I'm done. All right, yeah, no, you don't worry. You go lurk, B. Thank you so much for the raid earlier. I greatly appreciate it. I hope if anyone else in B stream needs to sort of pull back for a bit, de-stress, do your chores, you do all that kind of nonsense. I shall do my thing, which is... And all I've seen is small snippets on YouTube Shorts. Oh yeah, no, the Orville is really cool. Like, amazingly enough, the Orville, it does the sci-fi thing where it is a story about... the sci-fi gives you stories about critical lessons that can be interpreted into today, even though it's with technology that is far and ahead ours. Like, that's kind of one of the qualities of sci-fi, is that even though it's fantastical, like future technology and such like that, it's all about lessons and teachable moments that are applicable to today. So, for example, the first sci-fi Frankenstein was this question about, you know, is man supposed to be able to challenge God and create life, and is it right for man to, you know, do those things itself, and enslavement of the created life and what have you. The Orville did a really cool episode because the Mocklins were an all-male race. Like when we first were introduced to them, they were an all-male race, but it turns out some of the Mocklins are actually born female. And then you had like this really great episode where you had like one of the Mocklin kids who, you know, obviously was born female. They, you know, get forced to being seen as male and such, and you know, they start, like, after with their time on the Orville, they start to sort of see of, oh hey, like, I don't really feel suitable as a male, I'd rather be female. And it's just, this is a really great episode because it's a very important sort of, you know, telling of a person's story, and it could be a very strong, well, I don't know if it's allegory or if it is just quite simply this. It's one of the two, but it's still a great story and representation of trans and trans rights, because here's an entire empire that exists, the Mocklins, saying, oh, you can't be female, you are forced to be male and such, and you have like this small minority that are just trying to stand up for any women and children who wish to remain women. It's amazing. And it's so good. I wish I had the time to watch Orville in its entirety. Would you like to know the funny thing to say? The funny thing? Blep. Alright, so I need to do patrols. Alright, so I need to do the Glassway. Ow. And then... complete the Lost Sector Skydock 4. Oh my god, this has so many steps. Hi there, friendly pylon. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? This has so many steps. I'm not going to deal with that right now.
Inbril thinks you should do 20 squats.
Are you sure? Alright, so I need to do the Dusk Slivers. I need to do the Glassway. Maybe I can do the Glassway, like, and the Vanguard thing, because the Glassway is technically a strike. Alright, let me do my 20 squats. Big stretch! Big stretch! Alrighty, here we go. Alrighty then. Straight back, chat. Feet shoulder width apart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Thank you for the 20 squats. I almost did more squats than I needed to. That would have been insane. Here we go. Alrighty, now if I look at my quests, so yeah, complete Glassway, Dusk Slivers, I'll keep to that to do the Arc stuff, defeat Vex and Fallen for their residual darkness energy, use stasis abilities on combatants in Europa. I should probably change to... You know what? I'm gonna go back to stasis to get that stuff done. That weapon won't do, so I'm gonna swap over to the hand cannon and the Vargas. Do you want this back, or can I keep it as something you should say after getting stabbed by a sword? Has Dante said that in Devil May Cry? I wonder if he said that in Devil May Cry. Oh. Alrighty.
Here, stranger.
So, just had to catch my breath after doing the squats. I may look strong on stream, chat, but I am not strong in real life.
A story for another time, perhaps. For now, we need to focus on stopping any further incursions from the portal.
Understood. We'll take care of it.
Meow. Meow. That was uber relatable. What, being strong like Persona but weak of real? I'll figure out more clever phrase for that. Chair! Oh, okay, never mind. Punch. Oh, wait, no, hang on. I probably can still... Oh, I'm using the Vargas glass right now. So, switch to the auto rifle there. That way I can swap over to the auto rifle to get some of the other stuff done. Here we go. Reload. You go to the gym a lot, but you're always feeling lacking. I should really go to the gym more, I will be honest with you. I tell myself that I should have. I should have, like, gone to, like, a tour or something like that when it was first offered to me in June, but I backed down from it because, you know, I wanted to spend my time streaming instead of, you know, making my body better and what have you. My body is not a temple right now. There we go. We got that memory fragment done, which means I can go back to the Vargas because I need to do like stasis abilities while on Europa when dealing with the whatsamahoozies, the Vex. Trying my hardest not to consume sweets. I think one of the... Oh, I really fucked up on my traversal there. One of the annoying things about... Because I didn't start as, like, you know, uber fat or anything like that. I was skinny, like, back in the day, and then I just started getting heavier and heavier. One of the annoying things is when trying to move away from that, you basically have to change your entire habit. Like, the way you live, the way you eat, the way you pick your snacks, and, you know, how you go to get them, and all sorts of things. You just need to change how you do your habits, which is really annoying, because it's like, you have to basically undo not only, like, the short-term stuff, like, you know, all the hamburgers you normally eat, or maybe your favorite pizza topping is really heavy on the fats and such. Not only do you have to do the short-term changes like those, but then you also have to fix the long-term changes. Or, sorry, you have to make long-term changes, such as, you know, the opting for, you know, just going on a walk or exercising a little more often. Not like heavy hour-long sessions at the end of the day kind of thing, but just sort of, hey, I'm like, it's a Saturday and I've already done, and I'm like waiting for my laundry to be done. Why don't I go outside to read my book, look under a tree, instead of, you know, going to my desk and, you know, reading a Wikipedia while there's a Coca-Cola bottle beside me kind of thing. Or going for teas, or maybe a dirty chai instead of a iced mocha. That's one of the more recent things I've made on my, like, habits, is I've moved away from getting iced mochas from work, and I've now gone for a dirty iced chai. I should try and change from, like, the dirty... Because basically a dirty iced chai is basically... It's an iced tea, but there's a shot of espresso in it as well. I should really, you know, just move away from, like, the shot of coffee and just have it as chai. Oh, I love chai tea. What did you say? Chai tea? Chai is tea. There we go. You struggle with push-ups? I don't know how I would do with push-ups. That's why I go for squats. I go for squats and sit-ups. Alright, so we're just waiting for all this to leak. Liquid Death iced tea has 30 milligrams of caffeine, 20 to 30 per can, and is... Oh. I want cream king with my coffee. Clearly you've seen the trailer, Ayler, just as I've seen the movie there, Hendrix. Meanwhile, naan means bread. Bonk. There we go. Is that everything? No, that isn't. There we go. Flavored with agave. Well, okay. This is going to be sounding very privileged, but the place I work at started as a startup. So there was like a lot of benefits that, you know, a startup normally has as opposed to a corporate environment, such as Hot Dog Tuesday, Catered Fridays, a barista like on staff. We've since gone corporate, so we don't have a lot of these things. But one of the things that did stick, however, is the fact that we have a barista on staff. So we get free coffees at my work. It is fantastic. This is like one of the many weird benefits of going into a corporate job that started as a startup, is sometimes there are things that, why are you so annoying to kill? There we go. Lost Lament. What the hell is a Lost Lament? Oh, it's the quest for Banshee. I'm nearly done. Neat. You hate corporate. You always want to start your own business. But... Alright. Hating corporate is valid. Starting your own business, you are... If you can do it, props to you and such. People can have their arguments about corporate. The few people I have heard who give their arguments of like, oh, what would you do if you weren't in a corporate environment? Their arguments scare me, such as, oh, I don't, like, if I was running the business, I would not have a HR. I'm sorry, no. Most of it is coming from dudes as well, and it's like, have you not been paying attention to, like, the last 4 years we've been having about, you know, women in the workplace and, you know, some of the LGBTQIA, like, violations and rights that have been going off in the workplace? Like, and that's not even corporate workplaces. That is in, like, other workplaces as well. You want a HR. Like, no, like, the only thing worse than a bad HR is no HR. Because everyone thinks it's like, oh, we'll just be a family. Like, no one will, you know, treat anyone incorrectly or anything like that. It's like, no. That is not the benefit of no HR. The benefit of no HR is you don't get, like, you don't give, you know, employees any sort of, like, protection or validation when it comes to, you know, corporate issues. You worked for Taco Bell and it made you really upset for, like, 6 months. The issue there is not, oh, Jesus. The issue there is not working corporate. The issue there is working in, like, a service industry, which has slowly been getting worse. I'm assuming you're in the, as far as Taco Bell's side goes, you were in the service industry, not like the back-end tech stuff. Go. I like this grenade. God, how come people don't use stasis more often? Definitely want to keep my business, have the best employee, and make love jobs, because that was always my dream job to have. Fair enough. I think there's been, like, a lot of good stories of, you know, the businesses that do right with their employees and such. The only upsetting bit about them is those are the businesses that they don't expand. They don't turn into, like, the Amazons or anything like that, because the corporate environment, sorry, not the corporate, the capitalist environment, unfortunately, is one that is agnostic to morals. But the problem is that if you have a workforce that is human-based, morals are definitely going to come into the play. So you have this conflict between wanting to do good as a business, which is, you know, amoral and such, and sometimes even rewards you for being able to be immoral. And then you have, you know, having to support businesses and what have you, where... Or, sorry, supporting the people, where morals definitely play into it and such. So if you're an immoral business, you're going to have a very hard time trying to support people there.
X are down for the count.
I wish I could be a little more articulate about the
Until next time.
workforce and, you know, the corporate versus indie, this, like, hearing people when they say, oh, I don't want a HR department or something. It's like... I can probably be a little more articulate now that I'm not in the, whatsamahoozies. In the Vanguard. Alright, hang on, let me read it. Good old Makona for me. Worked for Taco Bell. I don't drink tea. Definitely want to keep my business to have the best employee treatment and make employees love jobs. But yeah, I was a drive-through guy. I want to walk the line between the two instead of just screwing employees over. There are stories out there about people who own a business and they do right by their employees. They always hire like one more than they need, so then that way if people want time off, they can do so, and it's not, you know, too busy to try and do that in a like a service industry or what have you. You hate corporate, it's more about the whole soulless environment. Ah, yes. That's tricky. Corporations that are quote-unquote soulless are ones that I feel like if they start that way, you're going to have a really hard time stopping them being that. Because in the time they've been soulless, they have been making money. And adding personality, adding an environment that is, you know, not part of the corporate image, plays into the problem of, oh, how do you support this without ruining productivity or ruining cost? And if it's a soulless environment, you know, you're not going to be able to change it into something. I feel it's a lot easier to pedal backwards into a soulless environment than it is to move from soulless to vibrant. Feels disingenuous? Corporately, it is disingenuous, but I think the people in the corporate environment are not disingenuous. They want livelihood. They don't want soulless. But it's, again, that thing of fighting against that. Because you're not fighting a person. It's not like you're fighting the CEO or the HR department and trying to make the office space more lively, such as introduction of hosting morning teas to Say No to Bully or for Breast Cancer Foundation, or to mental health, women's rights. Like, HR would very much love for you to be able to try and do that, and if you have the initiative, they would love you for it. But you have to fight against HR needing to make sure that everyone is being productive in the workforce, all the managers that have that same sort of, what's the word? Directive, where they're trying to keep people productive and on work. You need to fight finance on being able to support these ventures, because all these ventures cost money. And sure, finance would very much, you know, probably have something on the side to help, you know, do charitable works or any sort of like activities to help boost morale in the office, but if it's already soulless, you're gonna have a hard time. It's not impossible, because, you know, I've not seen it fail, but I've also not seen it succeed. Alrighty.
Till next time.
So I've gone to him, and I need to go to you next.
A transaction to make, Guardian?
Yes. Have this thing. I need to figure out at one point, like, what I can get rid of and such. Because I've already got this thing, which is already doing a lot for me.
If we get this right,
frankly, I don't need to keep any of those. Reminiscent of a certain okay, so we now have this broken blade. 1802, 1709. I'll figure out which one of these two are... Actually, I can figure that out right now by using the roll appreciator. Hang on a second.
I must admit, Guardian, I'm very curious to see what you've got for me to crack open.
Alrighty, auto rifle. So this is rocket launcher. Alright. So that's over in the R's. Q... rocket launcher. Here we go. So the 1802 is a grade B, or sorry, is a grade A. The 1795. All right, so hang on, where is it? Oh, one of them is in the vault. That's why I don't see it.
The best cryptographer.
Roar of the Bear is also in the vault. Royal Entry, however, is a D tier, so I can destroy that. So Pelham YB. 1795 and 1802. Refresh stats.
Guardian,
hang on a sec.
What puzzles do you bear?
Okay, so the 1802 is A grade because it's got one perk that's good for PvP, PvE, and everything else is PvE. The 1799 is only a C grade, so we want to dismiss that. Always wanted to be able to burst my head open like a melon and let my imagination, but in a way where it's forced into something coherent, into something I can get behind. You love the stuff like space operas and such, and you always wanted to make some kind of creative deal and see it grow into a franchise, like a tabletop, comic, or movie. I have had the same sort of brainwaves, I'm going to be real with you. Unfortunately, the best advice I can give you, and you're going to hear every creative person give you this kind of advice, and unfortunately, it sounds simple, and it's one of those ones where easy to start, difficult to maintain, and difficult to get to the end goal depending on what your end goal is, but just start doing it. Start writing, start drawing, start trying to do anything in Blender 3D. Start small, fail if you have to, fail often if it happens, just try. Every attempt you make
the world's changed.
Is always going to be like, you know, your best attempt until the next one. You're on chapter 9 of the story you're writing, part of a fanfic universe that's pre-established. Nice! That's a good start. Awesome work. Where are you keeping these stories? Don't tell me too much about what you're working on, however, because that explaining to peeps what you're working on, at one point you'll just start explaining everything, in which case you will stop writing altogether about that. But your finished works, I'm curious about. Alright, what am I doing? Oh! Alright, hang on a sec. So, because what Avalon is saying is, I do this. I make the energy weapon the primary, and then I make the shotgun the The what's-mahoozies. Why are you throwing eggs at me, Pylon? What are you doing throwing eggs at me? I don't know if this is even a good weapon. Jesus, I'm gonna need to, like... I'm going to need to, like, go through this, like, role appreciator and then just start cleaning up a lot of my weapons. You're spitting eggs at me. Ah. Why are you spitting eggs at me?
Hi there.
Nope, that's not what I want to do. That's not what I want to do. Oh, I'm bumbling about like an idiot. What am I supposed to do? Search the Eventide ruins for an abandoned bunker and explore inside. Defeat Vex. Use stasis abilities against combatants in Europa. Patrols. Okay, so I need to head to the Eventide ruins. Does it at least say... Alright, hang on. Destination. Europa. Eventide ruins. Okay. Bunker. I think I need to go to that bunker there. The apocalypse. It's a possible solution to the boredom crisis. Ah, thank you. How long have I been streaming now? Oh, I've almost been streaming for 3.5 hours now. Normally, I only go for like a 3-hour stream. Twitch does not recommend 3 hours anytime I put it in the scheduler. They recommend fucking... They recommend like 4-hour streams for whatever reason. Oh, that's right. I need to update my stream schedule because it's probably not indicating to people correctly, like when I'm actually starting stream and all that such. I should really fix that. Because I don't have to work tomorrow, so I can stream in the afternoon again. I'm gonna be streaming Final Fantasy XIV tomorrow. Oh. There we go. Dunk, dunk. Alright, I need to go this way. Are you stuck on this bit? No, Lost Lamet. I just had like a moment where I got back to the last city and I was like, what am I doing next? And was just an idiot. So I know where I'm going. I know what I'm doing to get this mission done. Ding. Ding. Can I... There we go. Cup. Alright, note to self. Be ready to throw grenades. There you are. There we go. There's our fellas. Our boys in orange, blue. Oh, wait, they got a little bit of red. In red, white, and blue. Bonk. Alrighty, here we go. Meow. Damn it, I didn't do that correctly. Shotgun. Oh, that was a pretty cool shotgun. No. They're American colors. No, they're also French and Dutch. Red, white, and blue is a lot of flag colors, but I was thinking of, you know, America. America. Fuck yeah. Coming around to save the motherfucking day. Yeah, America. Fuck yeah. Freedom is the only way. Now, terrorists, your time is through. 'Cause now you have to answer to America. Oh, hello. Oh, they're out of there? Okay, cool. 'Cause now you have to answer to Russian colors too, just so you know. We don't talk about the Russians. Alrighty, chair! Alright, let me try shotgun next. Alright, Goblin's dead. Ooh, hello there. Oh, that was good timing. Once again, I'm just shooting myself in the foot. America just stole the colors of the British flag. You're not wrong, because the British flag did have the red, white, and blue before America did. But, you know, like pizza, America made it better. There we go. Ooh, let me see if I can punch you from here. There we go. I need to do the stasis thing, that's why. And done. There we go. Ow. Why did you explode? Alright. Codec cache is done. Hey, we get the lost lamnet now.
No.
Complete the mission, reforge the past to save the Clovis AI from being...
The Vex march on me through no provocation of my own.
We were just searching for the blueprints to reforge the blade.
And provoked the Vex to my doorstep in the process. If you desire the end result of those blueprints, you'd best make haste.
Alrighty then. The pizza is Italian? No! Fuck off. Hang on. There is a meme, but the meme gets my point across, okay? About the Italian pizza, the fucking, you know, mozzarella, tomato, basil pizza that everyone goes on about. Meanwhile, the American pizza, like, hang on, let me get the meme, all right? It explains it. It's an oversimplification, but it still explains it. Yink. That way you don't accidentally see anything you're not supposed to. Alright. The meme in question. Okay? The meme in question. The authentic Italian pizza. It's fucking expensive. They do the Stonefire, which, you know, granted, Stonefire bread is a lot better than, you know, just oven. Any hoosies. It's got burnt spots. There's just random shit around. It's uneven sauce. The cheese is in blobs because the cheese and the leaves are like the point of the pizza in Italy. The Italian pizza was basically, here is your salad on a slice of bread. That is exactly what the Italian pizza was. And that's how most pizzas that are like, you know, arguing that, oh, we're an Italian-based pizza. It's like, most people use that as an excuse to up the price. Meanwhile, fucking Domino's, the Chad, perfectly round, all kinds of toppings. Meat wasn't a thing on Italian pizzas because, like I said before, it was basically your salads on top of a bread. Then we introduced meat, and then we did all kinds of cheeses when it came to America. We introduced all kinds of things. The Canadians did the pineapple, but, you know, it is what it is. And it was glorious. You can't say the Italian pizza superior if you're eating Supreme, Godfather, Meat Lover, Surf and Turf, Chicken Teriyaki. If there's any meat on your favorite pizza, you are lying to me when you tell me that Italian is best. Because guess what? The Italians wouldn't put meat on the pizza. And then, as always, delivered in under 30 minutes or you get a free pizza. It's just how it is. The Canadians are successful war criminals. Oh, that's a deep cut. Just throwing shade out there to any Canadians in my chat. The Canadian me is like, you know, I'm gonna be like I'm just gonna chuckle on that one because, you know, it's true. But anyone that says like, oh, Americans are the worst war criminals, it's like, yeah, probably in recent times, the Americans are like the most recent war criminals compared to like, you know, or they're not the worst because we have like, you know, fucking Russia doing all kinds of shit in Ukraine. But yes, Americans can be very war criminally, especially when you deal with like 7 Days in Fallujah, half the plots that go off in Call of Duty. But back in the day, back in World War I, oh, the Canadians, they were in... You think the Australians are a little bit of a memester in today's age with their sarcasm and their, you know, deadpan humor? Oh, the Canadians were something else. The Canadians in World War I, when there was a Christmas armistice and a ceasefire going off, the Canadians threw cans of tin with grenades in them, so then that way, you know, the enemy would open up these tin cans of Spam or chocolate or whatever it was that was written on the tin, and then kabooey, they got blasted in the face by a Canadian grenade. Canadians didn't care about prisoners of war. If you were captured by the Canadians, unless you were like, you know, unless you were like a previous prisoner of war or something like that, more likely than not, the Canadians treated you like shit. There is so much the Canadians did wrong. Half the Geneva Convention is just to answer the Canadians, like, you know, tactics in war and saying, this is not okay, please stop.
There's an old maintenance tank outside. Acquire it. Demolish those monstrosities.
Ooh. Oh. Okay. This is a terrible tank. But at least it's a heavy motherfucker. Where am I going? Hopefully I'm going the right way. Jesus Christ. Why do I have to use the tank? Canada was the only Commonwealth country that willingly joined both world wars. Oh yeah, no, the Canadians, they are... If people thought America fucked around and find out when Pearl Harbor went off, Canadians, right at the get-go, said, fuck around and find out, and then just clicked into game. Or hang on, let me do this.
Possible the Vex use me now as bait.
POV. You're a Canadian that hears there's a world war coming.
Forever, along with your beloved Banshee.
Fuck around and find out. Wolk! You are... Oh my goodness! Hi! Hello, Wolk! Big raid! Big raid. Big raid. Oh my goodness. Hi! Hello, everyone! Sorry, I'm driving a tank very poorly right now. Welcome to the stream, everyone! Ripper! Jacob! Mr. Labrador! Who else is in the thingamadiggy? Radium! You were there! Meow meow. Wolk? Butts? Oh my god, there's so many of you! Hi! Well, oh, I crashed the tank. 1,000 bits? What the hell? Where am I going? Oh, I probably don't need to... Why am I still in the tank? Why am I stuck in the tank? Hi, everyone! Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the 1,000 bits! Welcome to the stream, everyone! I'm gonna keep that video. Ah! Oh, I Ace Ventura'd this, didn't I? Oh, no, I can get out. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Oh, there we go. Alright, now I can, you know, do my shit normally. Oh, yeah. Those are Japanese playing as cowboys on an airsoft field. Ah! It goes on for a while. This is what you get for 1,000 bits. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mam Chow, for the 1,000 bits. Oh, hang on. Where is... It's still going. God damn it. Ah! Thank you for the follow, Meow Chow. And all right, so can I do the thingamadiggy? Yes, I can do the thingamadiggy. Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you had a wonderful time with Wolk as they did art. I imagine it was in Blender. My name is Grant. I am a variety himbo streamer. You may recognize this 3D model. Mr. Labrador, thank you for the follow. You may recognize this 3D model style if there wasn't a box on my head. There we go. I am one of the creations of Wolk. Also, happy Father's Day, Wolk. I know you're not biologically my dad, but considering you made this avatar, you are, like, technically speaking, the daddy of any VTuber you have created. I'm pretty... Are you Dazzy's VTuber? No. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Wolk got massive. Oh, did they get big? Is that a thing? Is that what they do now? Do they get Hyper Himbo? Is that a channel point redeem? I need to know. You gotta raid and run, but I hope you have a good stream. Not to worry, Wolkhond. You go de-stress, you go de-stream. Get well. I hope you have a wonderful afternoon. Rest easy. I will try to keep all your viewers entertained as I try and go through Destiny 2. He got a bit fed. Someone is going to need to give me a clip. Does anyone have a clip of Wolkhond streams? I can do a clip shout out or a or just, you know, if it's a specific clip, I can play that specific clip.
The facility. I require immediate protection.
We're coming.
All right, here we go.
Fatboy_97 thinks you should do 20 squats.
Why now? I need to drive a tank through here. Oop, crashed again. Wool is very huggable though, super cute. Ooh, okay. Wait. Okay. I think I Ace Ventura'd this. All right. Dink. All right, here we go. I gotta go save the Clovis AI. Hey, no, God, okay, fine. Fine, I will do the squats. Let me do the squats. Thank you for the Hyper Himbo as well, Hendrix. Oh boy, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Don't look at my chest. 5, 6. Wait, hang on a second.
Glug, 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 glug.
I lost count. I lost count. I now have to do it all over again. Alrighty, here we go. I lost count. Thank you, Hendrix. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Thank you for the 20 squats, that boy. Thank you for the hyper himbo. Thank you for the hydrate. Unfortunately, here's a water. Yay! Alrighty, hang on a second. Close Twitter. I now need to go back through the chat queue. I didn't read it fast enough. Excuse me. Let's see. Alright, so, yeah. Big raid. Big boy raid. Oh, that's why the Kratos thingy-madiggy was there. I don't know if you realized it, but earlier on, I have a number of 7 TV emotes, and one of them is just boy in all caps. Hang on a second. There it is there, and it's just Kratos going, boy. So I didn't realize it was Big Boy Raid. I just thought it was a I just thought it was Big Raid. Big Boy Raid. So yeah, okay, so Like Butts, Ripper, Jacob, Mr. Labrador, Radium, Nova Halvern, Chaos. Oh my god, so many people. Come watch Grant be a dummy. Hey, who you calling a dummy? Top Japanese hobby. Wolk got massive. I gifted him too much. Alrighty. The timing was hilarious. Thank you. Alright. Here's what okay, I'm gonna do another shout out of Wolk, but this time it's gonna be a clip shout out, so then that way I can see, you know, if anyone's done any clips of his channel.
This is gonna end badly. I'll remove the cooldown. There might be
Lol,
some,
look at
like,
him. His chest is like about to pop out of his shirt.
Set up with the like the zoom out and stuff, but like spam F now and see what happens, I guess.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
Ah, the music.
Oh no.
Now I'm actually toy.
Oh, that's hilarious. He's got all the Oblivion Guard sounds. Sorry. I don't have anything like that.
God, please. I'm putting the cooldown on it. My ears.
Oop. There we go. Alrighty. Now, okay, now we're back to our regularly scheduled Dumb Zebra playing Destiny 2. This is your favorite dungeon, the Lost Lament. Oh, hang on. Which way am I? Oh, I meant to be going in there. Why does he put his, like, fucking... Why does he put his big head in, like, an offshoot room instead of in the like, you know, going down the big space? There we go. That sick, clean sci-fi stuff looks awesome. It is... This is the Clovis Bray Bioscience, like, facility or something. Oh, check this out. Cup. Oh, hang on. Blaze the Pup, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry that I'm, like, right now, like, I don't have a shirt on. Chat keeps stealing it from me. It's either this hyper himboed, or they throw me in a maid outfit just to, you know, spite me a big, like, oh, you would look great with titties, or something, or weird like that. I don't know. Good, no shirt. If someone has a good cup, pun, I would very much like to try it, and I'll try and say it when it's a cup thingy-majiggy. Oh, he's... Oh, here he goes. Here's a guy. Here's a guy. Here. Oh, hang on. Ah, damn it. He's dead already. Alrighty. Where am I going? What am I doing? Also, I need to... Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I need to delete a prediction because that should not have happened. Gladuir? I don't know how to... Oh, damn it, Rainbow Rush, Hydrate, Traffic Cones, Squat. Stolen shirt was 7 minutes ago, but I still haven't gotten my shirt back. Alright, let me fix that. There we go. I should not have my shirt stolen for more than 5 minutes. Sometimes the button effect does not work. I have all your shirts. No, you don't. I have all kinds of shirts as well. This is one of the things I wish I could do in, this is one of the things I wish Vignan would have, like, a better means of doing this. But I have, like, a Unity UI for when I load in my VTuber, thanks to, thanks to VCF Avatar. But I can change the different shirts I have. Here's my default. Here's one that Booster Pang has made that is available in Booster Pang's shop. It's Himbo. Actually, hang on a second. Let me change the camera angle. Nope, wrong camera. This camera. Himbo. And then we got, you know, when I was playing Halo, I wore the UNSC shirt. This is my classic Halloween. When I play Dark Souls, I Praise the Sun. When I'm playing Final Fantasy, I wear this shirt. It's a Cactar. Kingdom Hearts. Spider-Man. This was made by Fat Wolf. God of War. This is Star Wars. And then I made this recently, The Legend of Zelda. But I don't have anything for Destiny, so for now, you know, I just wear my Himbo shirt with Destiny. Praise the sun. One of the things, like, I like making shirts. Oh. Sorry about that. One of the things I wish was a thing I could do in Vignan is be able to do material swaps and make it like a channel point redeem. Unfortunately, there is no VTuber program that makes it, you know, easy to do material swaps unless you A, make it a hotkey.
The Vex believe they have a chance to reacquire it.
35% cute. Nice work.
I should have helped you sooner.
Need to put the Himbo in a nice set of armor. I am not really good at 3D, I'm sorry to say. I have not yet been able to do like a good set of clothes for my zebra here. Wolk is 100% accredited to that. Like, the only thing I have been able to do for my zebra accessory-wise is... Hang on a second. Accessory-wise is this birthday hat, this Santa hat. Oh, Hype Train's not available. This cowboy hat I've taken, you know, from a kit bash. Sora's hair I've taken from a kit bash. And the Master Chief helmet I've done through a kit bash. So yeah, I've not done like that many cool props. Can always calm Wolk someday. Wolk is busy. And what's more is I feel like Wolk, every time he sees me like fiddling around in like 3D and such, he's like, that's my boy. One day he'll do his own 3D thing, and I really don't want to disappoint him. Gotta get some sleep. Nice meeting you, Zeeb. Not to worry, Jacob. I hope you have a good sleeps. Good to see you. Thank you for joining in on your raid. I greatly appreciate it. Oop. Ow. Does anyone have a cup pun? Here we go. That was just a... The fuck? Well, that was unfair. There we go. Alright, so I need to get down there at some point. You have a zebra OC named Scoon. Like Scooter, but Scoon. Are you sure you weren't trying to call them sconce? Or scone? I don't know which was the correct one. Sconce or scone. It's one of those two. Alright, well he's dead. Schooner. Oh, like a ship. Oh, that's a shotgun. That's going to be ineffective in long range. Despite the fact that the shotgun is actually still really good on long range or medium range distances. It's just a video game trick of the mechanics where they're like, oh, the shotgun is ineffective once you go beyond 15 feet. It's like, nope. Their accuracy from 5 feet is the same... Or their accuracy from 15, 30, 60 feet is the same as it is at 5 feet. It doesn't really change that much. The only thing that it could probably have changed with the like, you know, further distance is perhaps the velocity, but I'm gonna be real with you, it doesn't dip down that quickly. It's one of like my biggest pet peeves about, you know, shooter games is sometimes the shotgun is either, you know, woefully underpowered or, you know, they just make it terrible at range. There we go. Reload this. What's your Discord server? Is there any way to get with the shotguns? Hang on a second. Yonk. Let's see, is this gonna affect them? There we go. Exclamation point Discord should get you a link to my Discord. And yes, I am soloing this right now. Whenever you go into story missions, unless you're in a fire team, you do not get matchmaked with other people, unfortunately. The only time you get matchmaking is when you go into strikes or playlists. Oh, I need to reform the blade here. Who's looking at my titties?
They must not disrupt the forging process.
We'll hold them off.
Alrighty. Oop. And once again, I miss. Yay, I finished the thingy-majiggy I was meant to do ages ago. Oh wait, I can use my super. Here we go, here we go, here we go, come on. You can do it! How friendly is the community towards fellow VTubers?
Forging protocol complete. Take it, now!
I reckon people are fine with VTubers and furries and such, The thing people are not fine with, however, is if you're trying to sell them something. That's the best way I can talk about, you know, when you go into Discords and such. I have a suspicion why you're asking these questions. So, yeah. People are like, I'm fairly sure, like, my Discord is not vast or anything like that. Let me tell you right now. Peeps such as Pantera, Wolk, Mega, Blue, their Discords are jamming a lot more than mine are right now. And my Discord was kind of founded on, you know, it was very, you know, sort of laxing, where it's like, oh, everyone has a Discord, so I should have one. And it's like, I'm kind of using it a little more now, such as, like, you know, when it comes to first Saturday of the months, setting up a party stream or party game stream, and, you know, having a place for people to be able to congregate for voice chat and such. And the more recently, encouraging people to post their memes and their pets, rather than making it like a place for, hey, I am going to chat with you there. Because the fact of the matter is I'm probably not going to chat as much as you would probably want me to, just because, A, time zones, and B, I work full time. If I'm not working, I am most likely streaming or de-stressing. That is where I am at. Cool stuff. All right. The abstract gate. Okay, hang on. Oh, did I actually defeat him? Yeah, I did.
That's the last of them.
I suppose I owe you a debt of gratitude. However, I generally prefer not to be indebted to anyone.
Wow.
As such, you may consider the blade your property. Though you should allow this banshee an opportunity to test its integrity once more.
You sure you're safe?
Thanks to you, yes.
Yeah, I've seen this Clovis before. I already knew he was like a big head, and I really did not understand why he has such a big fucking head when exos are human size. Hang on. So, what did I miss from Suspicious? I'm so glad I'm here now because of such an interesting VTuber. I dig it. Thank you. Mostly trying to improve your stream audio, make friends, improve your stuff, you know, try not to sell stuff. Don't even have donations set up, nor do I intend to. Not for a long time. Just meet like-minded furries and bronies. I don't know if you're going to find any bronies in my chat, unfortunately. You're going to be finding, like, a small segment of furries and, you know, also non-furries in there as well. So, most of them just like himbos. Or, you know, because I set up the Discord and I keep telling people, hey, go in here. And then at one point it's like, there isn't really much I can offer them. He was going to make a body for himself, but it never went past the head. Of course. I betcha he was going to go for like a real big Abe Lincoln sort of thing, wasn't he? Oop, no, not the... I want to go to the quest. Thank you very much. All right. Head back to the tower, report your discoveries, complete Gambit activities with your stasis subclass, complete patrols, calibrate data. What's with this mission, then? Work with the Drifter to steal a fallen... Oh, I already did this mission. Like, what's up with that? I've already done that mission. Okay, cool. It's not popping up on my thingy-majiggy, so that's good. As long as they don't call me mean, hurtful names for me, like pony or furry stuff. They might call you pony by accident, because, you know, My Little Pony, brony. So, I'm not too sure about the whole what's mahoozies. All right, what's this? Can only hold one at a time. Oh, this is to complete the Empress thingamajiggy, to get to that, and then we go to that. And then we got those thingamajiggies. The uber offensive stuff. Oh. I don't think my Discord has any uber offensive stuff in there. As far as, like, the name-calling, racism, supremacy, or any of those kinds of things. Hopefully not. Knowing my chances, probably not, but this will be a very interesting video. If someone, like, you know, finds some really distressing stuff in my Discord, I can imagine this being a TikTok where it's like, after I said all these things, they're just going to be like 6 months later, and then it's just sort of like, the Discord's on fire. Dink. Alright, so those are my... So, head back to the tower. Gambit. Patrols. And then this is, like, all that stuff. Calibrate data by defeating targets while using the Vergus glass. Calibration occurs when you complete Vanguard operations, Gambit and Crucible matches, or seasonal playlist activities. Higher tier Nightfall completions, Crucible and Gambit wins, and defeating Guardians provide additional progress. Neat. Well, I know that that bow is most certainly going to be used as my, I am going to go into a crucible and try and kill people with this crossbow and get absolutely decimated whenever I try to. I'm sorry that happens to you, suspicious Pegasus. I don't know. Furries get a bit of a bad rap. It's not as bad as it used to be, but it's still... In the age of the internet, if you get hit loud, unfortunately. But it's not as bad as it could be, but it's still bad when it happens.
Hi there. Check.
All right, let's see what this exotic is. Actually, let me hand in... I can't believe I missed an exotic. All right. Hand it over to Banshee, who will probably explain to me what it is. Well, that did it. I can see a bit clearer now. The thing. The big exohead. It's me, and I'm it. Both of us, Clovis Bray. Well, that's certainly something. I don't feel like the old man, but it's coming into focus more each minute. I know now I used that sword to repel a takeover by the Vex during the Golden Age. Looks like you've done something similar. No need to hand it over. It's yours. Thanks for protecting, well, me. I think I'll be making a trip over there at some point. Visit my giant self. Learn more about who I was. I've got questions, and it sounds like I've also got answers. Hopefully I've got nothing left to... That's Clovis? This guy. This guy here is Clovis? How did... People have told me a lot of things about Destiny 2, and some of the stuff, it's just, like, just matter-of-factly and shit. No one explained to me this man was Clovis. What do you mean, no? What do you mean, no, dummy? No. What do you mean, no? It, like... Do I need to read it again? Let me zoom back out. Let me zoom over here. Let me hide the chat. Well, that did it. I can see a bit clearly now. The thing. The big exo head. It's me. And I'm it. Both of us. Clovis Bray. Well, that's certainly something. Like, I understand that technically speaking, because he's the 40... He's Banshee 44. He's technically not Clovis Bray anymore because he's like, you know, it's a past life. It's like 43 lifetimes ago, or 43 lives ago. But, like, this is where Clovis Bray started? So Clovis Bray finally did, you know, make an exo body and shit, but then he just cheated the whole exo, like, life cycle process by having his big-ass AI? You're gonna wiki this shit? Okay. Alrighty. Nizakor's Whisper, or something or other. Good news, we finished the lost thingamadiggy. The Nimba. Ding, 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 ding. Alright.
Keep it loaded.
New missions available. Awesome. Alrighty, let's go see what our exotic is.
Shall we begin then?
Kefri's Horn. What in the world? Also, where is my chat? Oh, it's because It's because I hit it, and now, like, I need to stop it doing that. Hang on a second. Foreground elements, play overlay, properties.
Guardian, what puzzles do you bear?
Let's not shut down the source when it's not active. That should hopefully fix it, so then that way... The way you understand it from Deepstone Crypt is both are Clovis. The OG Clovis is the big head. Yeah, no, I understand, like, the Clovis, that, like, the mind and such like that is the big head. But the body / soul is Banshee. I would rather not, Hendrix. I would rather not spoilers, sorry. Banshee got... Yeah, that's because normally exos don't normally get, you know, however many iterations. Like, Banshee 44 is a very high number. We got, like, Ava 1 down there. We had Cade 6 over there. Ignore the fact that he's a tree. He's technically dead. I don't have Lightfall, so... But yeah, I'm right now trying to go through this... I'm trying to go through this game, like, starting from, like, you know... Where was I previously? Hang on. Where's the timeline shit? So, I've started from Shadowkeep. I completed what I could within Shadowkeep. I then have gone on to Beyond Light. I think I'm fairly close to getting that done with the missions that are left over. I haven't done the 30th anniversary stuff because I need to purchase that. Then I need to go through the Witch Queen. I don't have an opportunity to do any of the seasons. Then I need to go through Lightfall. I didn't get to go through everything of the Season of Defiance, and right now Season of the Deep is going on. There's 2 more seasons within Lightfall before I then, you know, have the next expansion. I'm kind of playing catch-up right now. So yeah, it's because there's Savathun's thingy-majiggy over there. So I just need to get, like, this Empress Hunt done. I want to complete more of the Born of Darkness stuff, so then that way I have more of the Stasis class available to me. I'm fairly sure once I get this particular, like, sequence of events done, I don't really need to go back to, you know, Euphora all that often. Because at some point, I want to be able to catch up and then go into getting the... Because one of the things I want to do is if I do want to get into Lightfall, I want to purchase Lightfall with the annual pass, so then that way I just, you know, get the 4 seasons within it. So yeah. I wonder, does it tell me if there's a quest here? Because there's the simulation over there. Nah, it just tells me I need to do Gambit and shit. Alrighty then. Because I can do Gambit from within here. Well, technically I do Gambit from within here, but I probably want to go down to the Drifter, so then that way I can pick up some bounties for Gambit. But yeah, we got 801 over there. We had Cade 6. Live Fire Exercises. Vanguard Service. Nope. Test. Nope. Saint 14. That's another EXO. Alrighty then. Enough dicking around. Let me get the music started again. And head into the chat room. Because I'm going to call it here. I'm going to call the stream here. I'm probably going to play a little bit more of Destiny 2 after I get, you know, something to eat and, you know... Where's my brain at? So yeah, I'll probably... Because I'm very much invested into Destiny 2, and I'm probably going to do all kinds of other stuff outside of it. And, of course, someone wants me to do squats. I guess... Alright. I gotta do these 20 squats before the stream is over, plus it gives time for, you know, whatever is going off in the background to be done. Alrighty then. Here we go. Big stretch! Big stretch for the big boy! Alrighty then, here we go. You don't have to, Lamau. I'm doing it! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Thank you for the 20 squats just before the end of the stream. Hello. Hello. Alrighty. I am going to call it there for the stream today. Cookie for Suspicious Pegasus. I will be back online tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, I should be free tomorrow afternoon, and we're going to be going through Final Fantasy XIV as like our second MMO for this week. So I'll update my Twitch schedule, so then that way people can see within their time zones when the stream goes off in their time zone, but I also have it on my Twitters. And before we go any further, let's have a look at who is online and we can go and raid. Let's see. There's someone called Moon Bitch. They're a bit too big for me. Close that. Close that. Close that. Who's this? Somehow I ended up in this random person's stream. Who is this? I recognize their art a little bit. Also, God damn it, why am I popping up in like 3 of my different tabs? Did I have all kinds of people raid into me? That's weird. Daz? Oh yeah, let's go for Dazzy then. Is he still streaming? Yeah. It looks like he's doing Diablo 4 shit. Alrighty then, we're gonna go raid into Dazzy then. Do we have a raid message for him? Do we want to go with Big Boy Stream like Wolk did? Let's see, how many... Let's see. Slap you over there. He's 5 hours in too? Okay. Yeah, let's go with Big Boy Stream. Or Big Boy Raid. Sorry. Big Boy Raid. This is going to be our raid message. Big Boy Raid. Alrighty then. I will hop off from stream after our raid. I just want to say thank you everyone who came along to this afternoon's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Wolk, thank you for the raid. B, thank you for the raid. Zeus, Ato, thank you for the raids as well. Thank you everyone who came along from those and gave me a follow. I greatly appreciate it. We're getting closer to 1,000 followers. And I will leave you all in preparation for the raid and see you all next time. Bye for now.
Glug, glub, glug, glub, glug.